Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This morning I'm going to be reacting to Commissar Yarrick, the greatest human in 40k, voice acted, 40k lore, entire character history, voiced by chaotic voices, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. If you guys want to check out my previous reaction to other The Amber King's Warhammer 40k content, remember that the playlist card for the Warhammer 40k content created by YouTubers playlist is going to be at the top here. Yeah, just click on it and you'll be able to access them. If you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. Yes, the weekend. Finally, I have a chance to react to Sebastian Yarrick. I've been looking forward to this. I've really been looking forward to this because I don't know much about this Commissar. I've only seen this Commissar in the movie Hell's Reach, and he was an old man. He was an old man in the war room discussing about Hades' Hive, saying that it was not going to last against the assault from the orcs. I think it was during the second or the third War for Armageddon, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, well, mainly Hell's Reach was focusing on Grimaldus and his team defending Hell's Reach. You know, we only saw snippets of Sebastian Yarrick when he was fighting against an orc and he lost his arm, and of course, like I said before, when he was old, and he was discussing about Hades' Hive. That's all I really know about Commissar Yarrick. I've had comments in my different reactions to Warhammer 40k content where people have discussed about this particular Commissar and you know how famous he is. So luckily the Amber King has made a video based on this character, and thank you again to the Amber King. Thank you to the voice actors for contributing as well. And that is why I'm here to react to this video. And yeah, let's see if what the Amber King says here is true, that he is the greatest human in 40k. Guys, that's heresy. That's heresy. That's sedition right there. You know, isn't the greatest human being in 40k the Emperor? Isn't it the Emperor of mankind? But anyways, we'll see. And even in the title here as well, voiced by chaotic voices. That sounds very heretical right there as well. But anyways, let's see if Sebastian Yarrick is the greatest human in 40k. 3, 2, 1, go.
Be the symbol, the needful role of the Commissar. I learned that lesson early. But in Hades, I had to be more. Be the legend. I crushed a green-skinned skull with a claw. I glared at the stunned brutes, and as my eye blazed with killing ruby light, I became their nightmare.
Yarrick,
bellowed the Orc warlord.
Yarrick, curse his hide!
Ghazgull Thraka slumped into his throne, his eyes glowing red from under a furrowed brow. Around him, Gretchen scurried to clear away the debris of objects that he had smashed as he raged about Commissar Yarrick. The throne room fell silent, apart from the noise made by the scurrying Gretchen. Then came a cough. Ghazgull's eyes moved to the prostrate form of Big Boss Uzbek, who lay cowering on the floor in front of the throne. It was he that had informed Ghazgull that Yarrick was in the sector that Ghazgull was preparing to attack.
What is it, Uzbek? You useless piece of squig dung!
Ghazgull snapped. The Orc Big Boss cautiously stood up, dusting himself down as he did so.
Well, boss, I just wanted to say that this Yarrick, well, he's only some pansy Umi git, ain't he? He ain't no match for you, boss. I bet you're ready to smash him good and proper.
This is different, you know. Usually with the Amber King's Warhammer 40k content, it's mainly human-centric. It's mainly the Imperium of Man-centric. But now here we're starting the video with a conversation between two orcs, Ghazgull Thraka as well as Uzbek. Yeah, so yeah, this is different. This is very different, and I like it. I like the voice acting here of the orcs. Very convincing.
Uzbek's laughter slowly trailed off when he realized that Ghazgull seemed not in the least bit amused by his attempt at cheering him up. Instead, the orc warlord had fixed Uzbek with his deep, steely gaze.
Has it ever occurred to you that this pansy Ooman duffed over some of our toughest boys at the Battle of Hades' Hive? That Hive would have fallen into my hands if it weren't for him. He trained up the Umis what defended that place. He organized them. He led them into battle. He never gave up. Not ever. Sometimes I think that there's a bit of orc in him.
Ghazgull remembered that Armageddon campaign.
It's a sign of respect, I think. You know, if an orc says that there's a bit of orc in you, usually I think they would say that with Astartes. But if they're saying it for a regular human being, that's a sign of respect. You are recognized, especially if it's by a war boss like Ghazgull Thraka. Okay, Sebastian Yarrick.
That had made both he and Yarrick famous. Ghazgull had learned that Yarrick had been banished to Hades' Hive for opposing his planetary overlord. Yarrick had organized a defense which had halted Ghazgull in his tracks. More and more of Ghazgull's troops had been drawn into the battle, and although the Hive had eventually been overrun, the Orc army had been bled dry in the process. It had been the turning point in the campaign. It had all been down to one man, Commissar Yarrick.
Yeah, but boss, he was lucky, weren't he? You duff him over easy next time, eh, boss? He ain't lucky. He makes his own luck. Just like what I does. He best me that time at Hades' Hive, and he beat me fair and honest. Or do you think all the human needs is luck to beat me? No, boss. That's not what I think. Honest it ain't.
Honest it ain't. Honest it ain't.
Good. 'Cause I'd have to get rid of you if you thought that. Now wouldn't I?
Ghazgull's eyes blazed red, and Uzbek once more hurled himself to the floor and prostrated himself before the Orc warlord.
Never forget, Uzbek, that a worthy foe has been blessed by Mork and Gork to make us Orcs the best warriors in the galaxy. If someone gives you a tough fight, you hate them, but you honor them too. Now that Yarrick, I hate him more than any Umi alive. But I honor, and with his help, your boys will be the toughest orcs in the galaxy. Now get out my sight, Uzbek, and don't come back until you know exactly where Yarrick is.
And with that, he started to contemplate how he would defeat his greatest foe once and for all.
You know, guys, an orc is dangerous, right? But an orc that can think, that can formulate plans, you know, that is meditating on what he needs to do or what he wants to do in order to win against their enemies is a very dangerous orc. Very dangerous orc. And this is the type of orc that sees Sebastian Yarrick as an equal. I don't know about physically, maybe strategically minded. He sees him as an equal. He sees him as a challenge. That is that's like a big target on your back. And Sebastian Yarrick has that. Wow. Taos. Taos 3. Okay.
Safety is an illusion, boy. Never forget that. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival. Live to fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes.
Something you want to say to me, boy?
Said the Sarge. Bass's words came out as a growl that surprised even him.
I know who you are,
he told the old man.
Sebastian. Okay, so it's the small child. That's Sebastian Yarrick, okay? And then Sarge, old man. Okay, what's his relation to Sebastian? Is it his uncle or father or grandfather, or just someone he knows?
I know what you did, how you fought. Sheridan told me. He called you an Imperial hero.
A sudden scowl twisted those terrifying features.
You think Imperial heroes live like this, you fool?
The Sarge snapped back. He gestured at the dank, water-stained walls of their home.
Sheridan had no business saying anything. I bet he didn't tell you I was stripped of my medals. I'll bet he didn't mention that I was dishonorably discharged after 40 bloody lashes. Sheridan sees what he wants to see. You hear me?
Yeah, you know, I think this happens in the Imperium of Man. It doesn't matter that you're a hero from a war. If you don't have the political backing, those who see you as a threat, those who see you as a threat to their patronage system, those who are jealous of you, of your accomplishments, they will stab you in the back. They will use political means to strip you of your medals, of your accolades, of your titles, even as a Imperium of Man or Imperial Soldier hero, you know. It doesn't matter if you're a hero. If you don't have the political backing behind your position, they're just going to chew you like bubblegum and spit you out. Yeah, that's the Imperium of Man, guys.
I don't care about that.
Bass shot back. He would not be denied. Not this time.
You could teach me. You could help me, make me stronger. Make it so I could kill them if I wanted to.
His grandfather held his gaze.
A grandfather, okay.
For what seemed an eternity, neither blinked.
I can teach you,
the old man said at last, with a solemn nod.
But it'll hurt more than everything you've endured so far. And there's no going back once we start, so you better be damn sure.
It will be worth it. To smash those bastards even just once.
The old man's eyes bored into his. Again, he nodded.
We'll begin when you're able.
The week since they had attacked him stretched into months. Bass started to wonder if they had given up for good. Then, as he was walking home, 3 days before the Emperor's Day, Craven and his gang ambushed him from an alley and dragged him in. Bass lashed out immediately, without pausing for thought, and smashed one boy's nose to a pulp. The boy yowled and broke from the fight, hands held up to his crimson-smeared face. Craven shouted something, and the whole gang backed off, forming a semicircle around their target. Bass watched as they all drew knives. If they expected him to piss his pants, however, they were gravely mistaken.
Let's have it, all of you!
Reaching into the waistband of his trousers, he pulled his own blade free.
No pity, no remorse, no fear.
Sarge didn't know about this. Bat hadn't told him now that he was carrying a weapon. He had found it on the tenanted stairwell one morning, a small kitchen knife, stained with a stranger's blood. After washing it and sharpening it while the Sarge was at work, Baz had started to carry it with him. Now he was glad of it. It was his equalizer, though the odds he faced here were still far from equal. Craven didn't look so smug right then, but he motioned and the boys lunged in. Bass read their movements, just as the old man had taught him. The closest boy was going for a thrust to his midsection. Bass slipped it. His hands flashed out and cut the tendons in the boy's wrist. Screaming filled the alley, and the boy dropped to his knees, clutching his bleeding arm. Bass kicked him hard in the face. He roared at the others. Again he kicked the wounded boy. This display was unlike anything the others were prepared for. They didn't want any of it. The gang broke. Boys bolted from the alley in both directions, knives abandoned, thrown to the ground. Only Craven remained. He had never run from anything. If he ran now, he'd be giving up all his status, all his power, and he knew it. Even so, Bass could see it in his eyes. The Terrorizer had become the Terrified. Bass rounded on him, knife up, stance loose, light on his feet.
Bass the bastard,
said Bass, mimicking Craven's voice.
You've no idea how right you were, you piece of filth.
He closed in, angling himself for a lightning slash at the other boy's face. Something in Craven snapped. He dropped his knife and backed up against the alley wall, hands raised in desperate placation.
Bass, please. It wasn't me. It was never me, honestly.
Baz drew closer, ready to deliver a flurry of nasty cuts.
Don't kill him. You know, you can beat him up around the edges, but don't kill him. Yeah, you don't want that type of target on your back for revenge killing or something like that.
He said never to tell you. He said he'd see us right for money and low sticks. I swear it.
Grog shit. Who? Who said that?
He didn't believe Craven for a moment. The boy was just buying time, spinning desperate lies.
The Sarge! Old Ironfoot. He came to us after the first time we beat you. Honest, I thought he was going to murder us, but he didn't. He said he wanted us to keep on you, keep beating you down. He told us to wait until you were healed each time.
Bass halted his advance.
Why would he do that? Why would the old Sarge do that? What? Is it to teach his grandson, I don't know, to teach his grandson how to survive or something? Why would he pay off these bullies to keep on bullying his grandson?
That couldn't be true. No, but could it? Was the old man that twisted? Why would he do such a thing?
Talk,
he ordered Craven, urging him on with a mock thrust of his knife.
That's it. 2 days ago, he found us and he told us to ambush you. He said to use knives this time. I told him he was crazy, no way. But he tripled the money he was offering. My old man, he's got lung rot. He can't work no more. I need the money, Baz. I didn't want to, but I had to. But it's over now, okay? Throne above, it's over.
Bass thought about that for a second, and then he rammed his right boot between Craven's legs. As the bully doubled over, Bass kicked him again, a blistering shot straight to the jaw.
Yes, it is over.
At home, he found the Sarge at the back of the tenement, leaning against the old dead tree, smoking a low stick in the sunlight.
Was he trying to, test his grandson? Whether he can defend himself, whether he can attack the enemy, and whether he can survive? Was this all just some sort of test? A continuous test? Wow, it's messed up. But I guess, I guess you could say that, this is how Sebastian is going to survive in this world. There are going to be many human beings out there who are going to try and attack him, take advantage of him because he's a child. There's also other factors like xeno races out there in the galaxy that might attack his home planet, like the Dark Elder or the Tau or the Orcs or the Tyranids or the Necrontyr, you know, and he's gonna need to know how to defend himself from these type of threats, or chaos, you know. So I can see why the grandfather would want to test his grandson like this, you know, with these bullies. But what? It's just messed up. It's a really messed up type of way to teach your grandson. Yeah. Oof.
No medical kit this time?
The Sarge grinned at him.
I knew you wouldn't need it.
You paid them to do it, didn't you?
Said Bass. The old man exhaled a thick cloud of yellow smoke.
You've done well,
he told his grandson. It was all the confirmation he needed. Bass said nothing. He felt numb.
Stay grounded, boy. Stay focused. We're just getting started, you and I. You think you've bested your demons, and maybe you have. For now. But there are worse things than childhood bullies out there. Never forget the fear and anger that brought you this far.
Bass didn't answer. He stared at the dirt between his feet.
You know, now I'm thinking about it even more clearly. If the grandfather just told Sebastian that I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself, he wouldn't be proficient in defending himself. But because he was being bullied, you know, continuously, it came to the point where Sebastian wanted to know how to defend himself, and thus it will push him to perfecting the art of, you know, attack and defense, and to survive in any type of environment. He begged his grandfather to teach him how to fight, you know, even as he heard from his grandfather that he was demoted, he was stripped of his medals, he was a hero and now is no longer a hero. He didn't care about any of that stuff. He wanted to learn from his grandfather, the old Sarge, on how to defend himself. He wanted it. It was not given to him. He wanted it. And because he wanted it, he will push to make sure that he achieves perfection in the art of defending himself. Yeah. Okay. There is a method to his madness. There is a method to his madness, as the old Sarge, as what he's doing here with his grandson. There is a method. I may not accept it, but I see where he's going with this.
Feeling utterly hollow, consumed by raw emptiness he hadn't known was possible.
There's more to learn, boy. We're not done here. Remember the chubby runt you used to be. Think of how you've changed, what you've achieved. I gave you that. Keep training, boy. Keep learning. Don't stop now. As much as you hate me, you know I'm right. Let's see how far you can take it. If you want to stop, you know where the damn door is. I won't give bed and board to an emperor-damned quitter.
Bass looked at his hands. They were...
That sounded so like a military officer right there. He didn't sound like a loving grandfather. No. He sounded like a military officer. He's not going to give food and a place to sleep to someone who quits, to someone who's going to give up on trying to achieve you know, perfection in defending themselves. He's not going to give food to someone who is weak in this world. Yeah.
Clenched into fists. His forearms rippled with torn muscle. He wanted to lash out at the Sarge, to bloody him. Maybe even kill him for what he had done. But, for all he'd changed, all he'd learned, his hands were still a child's hands. He was still only 7 years old, and he had nowhere else to go. Best.
Oh, what? He's 7 years old, guys. No ways. A 7-year-old talking like him. Oh, I'm not talking about the voice actor. I'm talking about the things he said. You know, especially to the bullies. A 7-year-old. That's amazing. That is amazing. I don't know about you guys, but the 7-year-olds I know don't use profanity to such an extent. Like Sebastian. Really, that was crazy. That was crazy. Okay, he's 7 years old. Wow.
Other boys was one thing, but the old man was right about greater foes. Bass had seen big, barrel-chested men from the refineries beating their wives and children in the street. No one ever stopped them. No one dared, despite how sick it made them to turn away. Bass always wished he was big enough and tough enough to intervene. The impotence inherent in his age and stature angered him, more than any daydreams of dispensing justice.
Yeah, I did not think about that as well, you know, in terms of living in a society that has got gender-based violence, you know, where people who take advantage of their physical strength and, you know, abuse women and children, mainly for the fun of it, or because they have this patriarchal sense of superiority to women and children. And yeah, you know, that's also an issue. It's a societal issue that you cannot look away from. You cannot step away from. And when you don't know how to defend yourself, how can you think about defending others? And that is something that Sebastian really became angry about, that he could not help, he could not defend these people who are weak and defenseless in front of these abusers. So yeah, that's also a very important point right there. I was only thinking about the xeno races and the chaos, but you know, this is also something very important, the societal issues. Yeah.
However, he knew that training had brought focus and purpose to his life. His newfound strength, speed and skill had burned away that clinging shroud of fear he'd lived with for so long. Every technique he mastered brought him a fresh confidence his former weakness had always denied. He saw it, saw that he needed to keep growing, keep developing, to master every skill the old man offered and more. No, he didn't just need it, he wanted it. Right then and there, it was all he wanted. There was nothing else.
And that was initiated, you know, from the continuous bullying that his grandfather ordered on him. You know, like I said before, that fire of wanting to learn how to defend himself was built up by his grandfather's deal that he made with the bullies for the bullies to keep on pestering him, keep on fighting against him, keep on pushing him down. And eventually he will find it within himself to want to defend himself. Yeah.
Locked his eyes with his grandfather, his gaze boring into him with cold fire.
All right, show me, teach me. I want all of it.
A grin twisted the Sarge's scarred face.
Good.
Old Baal I, hero of Hades' Hive, the Old Man, a name that even the angels of death respect. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, a symbol of hope, piety and defiance, a legend, a rally cry to the people of Armageddon, a nightmare chanted in the foul Xenos tongue of the orcs, across light years of space. He is ancient, and looks every hour his age, but what has kept him alive is a mixture of minimal rejuvenant chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor founded in hatred for the enemies of man. But who is the man behind the symbol? Who is the human underneath the mythology of old Baal I? His story begins in the 41st millennium, the Imperium of Mankind. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of Mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind, by the will of the gods and a master of 1,000,000 worlds, by the might of his inexhaustible armies. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest, most bloodiest regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods. Upon the world of Taos III, a young boy was born into a life of luxury and comfort, but he would find his universe crashing down. His parents had been cold, distant even. They had loved him, he thought, but they were gone now. He knew a lie when he heard one, about a tragic accident at the planetary governor's summer mansion. All the assets that should have been his were seized for the Imperial War effort. The cousin of the governor himself, no less.
Clearly, Sebastian Yarrick's parents were rich, yes, but they were not politically protected. Just like their grandfather. He was a war hero, but he was not politically protected. And since the parents were in this, or should I say, were in close proximity to the governorship of the planet, therefore, court intrigue and political meanderings and backstabbings and all that type of stuff caught up to them. And they did not have a safety net to protect them from such political, how should I say? Like, let me just say political activities and assassinations. Yeah. So basically, they were rich, but they were not protected. The grandfather was a hero, but he was not protected. And those who were jealous, those who were envious of their wealth or their success, pulled them down. The parents were killed. The grandfather was demoted, stripped of his medals, and kicked out. I don't know if the two, the two problems are connected in terms of the grandfather and the parents of Sebastian Yarrick, whether it happened at the same time or did it happen like in different intervals. Like, the grandfather was the first one to be, politically assassinated, if I can say that, and then the parents later on were also dealt with by the governor and his machinations of court. So yeah, this family has a lot of people who are successful. It's just that politically they are not protected, unfortunately. That's the Imperium of Man, guys. It's not enough to be rich. It's not enough to be a war hero. It's not enough. It's never enough.
In one moment, Bas had been the son of a wealthy investor with mining concerns on a dozen mineral-rich moons. The next, he was a 7-year-old orphan, stuffed into the smallest, filthiest compartment of a rusted train car, with nothing but a tide of cream-coloured lice for company, and a bag of clothes for a pillow. He cried that night, and for many more to come. Stepping off from the decrepit train, he stood before New Cadian Hive, an overpopulated, smog-filled grimy hellscape. A
New Cadian Hive.
sight he couldn't have even dreamed of before. Almost like an out-of-body experience, Bas stepped forward, his eyes meeting a shadowy figure that made his heart stop and his blood run cold. In the light he saw him, a scarred and mutilated face with hateful, dead eyes, and an aura that spoke of a lifetime of battle and war. How could this be his grandfather? He thought, as tears rolled freely down his cheeks. What had he done to deserve this? Gone was the life of comfort and luxury, and in its place was the brutal, an uncaring existence so common amongst the people of the Imperium of Man. Immediately they saw the weakness within him. The other children, Craven and his cronies, made sure he never left the Skolum without a plethora of cuts and bruises. Each time he cried out in pain as his grandfather, without grace, patched and bandaged his wounds. Seeing not even a look of sympathy across his ugly features, Bass felt alone. The beatings escalated. One had even drawn a blade. That night Bass limped home, through the decrepit streets of New Cadian, wounded and in pain, the people barely concerned, too distracted by their life of misery and poverty. Again the old man bandaged him up, but this time Bass didn't cry. He looked the old man in the eyes and told him he knew what he was, what he had been. He had spoken to others. The old man snapped back at him, but Bass held his hateful gaze. You could teach me. You could help me, make me stronger, make it so I could kill them if I wanted to. The silence stretched on until the old man agreed. But it'll hurt more than anything you've endured so far, and there's no going back once we start, he told him. The privileged boy that had arrived was gone. Within months, it had been beaten out of him. The frustration, the desire to change his life had been ignited. The training was brutal, worse than the beatings by Craven and his cronies, but he saw the results. He enjoyed it. Again, in a dark, cramped alley, Craven and his gang came upon him. This time they had all brought blades, but Bass was ready for them. He lunged at them, unleashing the rage that had built up since his parents' deaths. He smashed one boy's nose, cut another, and screamed at them to try him. The boys fled in terror, leaving behind Craven to beg for mercy. It was not his fault. The old man had paid them to do it. Bass couldn't believe it. No, he could believe it. The old Sarge didn't really care. Ramming his foot into the crumpled Craven, he marched home to confront the architect of his misery. You paid them to do it.
I think he actually does care. In his own way, he does care, Sebastian Yarrick. He cares about you, about your future. He cares how you're going to live in this world, in New Cadian Hive. And this is the way he shows his love. It may not be like how other grandparents show their love to their children, but you know, this is his legacy. This is who he is as a warrior, as a soldier, you know. And his legacy is something that cannot be bought. It's something that he can only pass down to you as the grandson. And it will be with you forever. It's unquantifiable. The type of knowledge he has, the experience he has, the techniques that he has developed, he is now passing all of that knowledge over to you so that you can survive in this world. Because in the Imperium of Man, people die. They die. Fast. No one's going to care. No one's going to care about you. So the only person you can really, care about is yourself at that very moment, and how you're going to survive. And your grandfather is teaching you everything that he knows to make sure that you will make it. That's how he shows his love to you. I know it's not something that many of us can understand. Even me, it would take me some time to really understand if my grandfather was paying off bullies to continue to fight against me, to test me, to test my resolve and my strength. I would also be very angry with him, definitely. But, as he grows older, he will realize that what his grandfather did for him was invaluable. It was an investment into his future. Yeah, he loves you. He loves you.
Didn't you? He spat at his grandfather. You've done well. the decrepit veteran returns to him. Stay grounded, boy. Stay focused. We are just getting started, you and I. You think you've bested your demons? And maybe you have, for now. But there are worse things than childhood bullies out there. Never forget the fear and anger that brought you this far. Oh, he hated him, the Sarge, but he was right. He had come so far in these months. The pain had been fuel. It forged and tempered him, and he liked it. He liked to look back and see how far he had come, how he had escaped his grief and loneliness, and had become strong. He wanted more. He wanted that look in his grandfather's eyes, the cold fire. He wanted it to be his own. For the first time in his life, Bass saw the old Sarge smile. 2.5 years of grueling training began. Combat, survival techniques, military drill. Anything the old veteran could teach, Bass absorbed. All until the day when 7 black ships crossed directly overhead. Something was wrong. The old man knew it. The old Sarge cursed. It was only a matter of time, he muttered. He turned to Bass and gave him the closest thing to affection the boy had ever seen from him. And then he gave him a gift, telling him he had done his best. He had made him a survivor. He was the last of his blood, and he would make it. But war had come to Taos III, and the Imperial Guard never left one of its assets alone. Bass would never see his grandfather again. Finally alone, with no family in the universe, it wasn't long until the skies truly darkened, and shells and fire began to burn Nucadian Hive. The hellscape that had become his home was truly destroyed. The people, frightened and defenseless, were slaughtered as something foul began to rampage across Taos III. The training kicked in. Bass dived into the sewer system beneath the Hive city, surviving the destruction and death, until finally he saw them, the hulking, barbaric monstrosities that had slaughtered everything in sight.
Hulking barbaric monstrosities? It's orcs.
Bulging muscles and fang-protruding jaws that bellowed out a cry for war. The foul Xenos, the orcs, had come. Days, weeks, months began to pass for Bass, living like a scavenger in the corpse of the Hive city. He had become a beast that skulked in the shadows, scavenging for scraps and supplies. True deep sleep felt like a memory, something he had once known. The short, nail-biting, dagger-clutch bursts of rest kept him sane, in spite of the nightmares of the life he had lost.
I wonder, since orcs are made out of like a plant-based fungus, right? Can you cook them and eat them? I'm just wondering about that. Since they're plants, can we cook them and eat them just as much as they eat us? Can we vice versa on them too? I think they'd be terrified though. The fact that we'll be eating them. They would just see us, putting some orcs on a spit roast and, just turning the spit roast and cooking an orc. Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it possible? Since they're plants, essentially.
Safety is an illusion, boy. Never forget that. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival. He had almost died so many times he'd lost count. Many foul Gretchens slain in booby traps and raw, ungraceful struggles as he stabbed them to death. He'd almost forgotten who he was, what it felt like to be human, until he saw them. Human slaves, dragged in cage by the laughing monstrous orcs that called these ruins home. Filthy and decrepit like him, their gaunt features haunting until he saw him, a boy. There was fire in his eyes, Even from this distance, Bass saw it. He felt it. Defiance and the will to live burned bright in this one. They were his eyes, his own soul staring back at him. A human connection that until now he did not know how desperately he craved it. He had to save him, he told himself. He broke the survivor's code and set his path towards the cage, towards human connection. It would be his. He would not be alone.
Yeah, I understand, because humans are sociable creatures. We yes, we can be exist in solitude, but there will come a point where you want to talk to people, where you want to feel someone else's presence beside you. We're very sociable creatures. We're not really designed to be alone for all eternity. No, it's not possible. So it's completely understandable that Sebastian sees someone, or should I say is desperate to be around someone who is similar to him. Okay.
They killed him. Young Bass finally freed the boy from the cage. It was the dead of night.
They killed the boy, or they killed Sebastian?
The foul orcs slumbered like beasts as he made his way stealthily through the camp. Their eyes met. The cold fire, the will to live, someone who could understand him, a human connection. They were both filthy. Bass covered in old cuts, bruises and dirt. This boy in rags, disheveled, and with an imperial tattoo stamped upon his head. A voice spoke into Bass's mind. Yarrick is my name.
Ah, he's a psyker. Okay. I was wondering, why did they put a stamp on his head? On his forehead. Okay. What's his name? Yarrick. Okay. So is this going to be like your best friend? Huh. And he's not afraid. Well, so far as we can see, he's not afraid of the psyker. Because usually humans are afraid of psykers. But here, Bass, he's surprised that, he hears voices in his head, but he's not, afraid of Yarrick, I think.
It caught Bass off guard. The boy opened his mouth and pointed inside. Most of his teeth were gone, and those that remained were little more than sharp, broken stubs. But this was not the reason the boy couldn't vocalize. Where his tongue should have been, only a dark nub of flesh remained. His tongue...
No, man. Who did that? What, was it the orcs, or is it something that the Imperium of Man does to psykers? Being a psyker in this world, really, it's just the most horrible thing ever. From the moment you are born, you are already seen as an enemy. Either an enemy or someone that can be used. If you can't be used, you should be killed.
Had been cut from his mouth. Bass didn't understand, but nor did he question it. It changed nothing. He would free him, and then he wouldn't have to be alone. Wresting the key silently from an orc, Bass, with his little heart pounding, he turned the keys slowly. They were free. The desperate people scrambled, but the noise grew with the panic, drawing the attention of the greenskins. It was a massacre. The freed slaves scrambled over each other, only to inevitably fall to the slaughter. Bass gripped Yarrick's hand, and they ran. They moved as fast as their small frames could carry, howling laughter and roars following in their wake. As they dashed through the alleys and rooftops, fire and death began to rain down next to them. Dark shapes once again clouded the sky as something began to assault the orcs. A shell punched through the roof they were standing on, and so Bass and Yarrick tumbled into the dark. The two awoke to the dusty, damp tunnels that Bass had called home for the last months. He took Yarrick's hand again, and they ran. He felt stronger. He felt his pain dull at the warmth of human touch. Did it make him weak? What would his grandfather have thought?
I think your grandfather would understand, because even he is still human. And, you know, living in solitude for so long is not healthy. So yeah, I think he would understand.
With dust in their lungs, their clothes nothing but rags, their bodies malnourished and weak, they finally saw it. Moonlight. And it poured through a gap in the tunnel ceiling. An explosive shell had caused the rockcrete road above to collapse, forming a steep ramp. They heard human voices. They ran up to the light and smoke, only to hear yells and screams. The veils of smoke were suddenly pierced by a score of blinding, pencil-thin beams, all aimed at the two boys. They both went down. Bass began to tug Yarrick's hand, but he didn't move.
Did they kill the boy because he's a psyker? Like I said, either you can be used or you're supposed to die as a psyker in this world. There's no other way.
Dark blood began to pool at the limp body. The only bond. The only person who could have been his friend. His only connection to his humanity was gone. Imperial Guard began to approach, only to find a child lunging at them, hate and pain in his eyes as he cried out for vengeance. A heavy hit knocked Bass to the ground, only for him to awaken, staring up at a man. He wore a black greatcoat and a peaked cap, and on that peak, a golden skull with eagle's wings gleamed.
It must be a commissar.
He saw his eyes. They were the same steel he had known in the old Sarge. A commissar who saw the markings of survival on this young boy. Orc feces smothered on his skin. The supplies, the old knife he carried. He saw the look in his eyes. He was smart, this one. He asked for his name, and the boy hesitated. He almost said Varden, his family name, but then he looked upon the acid-etched blade his grandfather had gifted him, the last time they had seen each other. No, he was Bass, short for Sebastian. He was Sebastian Yarrick. The boy from Taos 3 was taken from his ravaged homeworld. What could have been a life of privilege had become one of survival and grit. Sebastian Varden had died long ago, replaced by the being with the potential to serve the Imperium. A boy with a name that blazed across his soul, one in homage to the old Sarge that had forged and tempered him. Yarrick. The Schola Progenium, the finest education the Imperium had to offer to orphans' children. Candidates who had no crutches such as family or friends. Children whose only loyalty would be to the Imperium and the God Emperor of mankind. The young Yarrick, in the cramp, smog-filled hell of New Cadian Hive, had shown his inner fire. He had seen it, seen that he needed to keep growing, keep developing, to master every skill the old man offered, and more. And what was offered now was that path, strength, improvement, duty, and service to the God Emperor of mankind. His training began. Military exercises, weapons proficiency, hand-to-hand combat. Knowledge was poured into him, crafting him into the perfect soldier.
But you know, since he has been taught by his grandfather on many of those disciplines before, I think, you know, as he started to study within the Schola Progenium, I think for him it was probably a bit more easy, because he has first-hand experience on many of the teachings that they are offering to the students. In terms of weapons, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, in terms of surviving, in terms of evading capture and surveying the situation beforehand. And he even has experience with Xeno races like the Orcs on his home planet of Taos 3. So I'm sure for him, the beginning of the Scholar Progenium's schooling courses must have been very easy for him. Only as he grew older within the school, maybe things got a bit harder, as he started to go up the grades. Yeah, his grandfather really helped him out here. Really. If it wasn't for him, he would not have gotten this far. Definitely.
But it wasn't enough. Bodies fail, grow old and weak, but the one strength that could never fail was the mind. The Imperial Creed, the divine mandate of the Imperium, and worship of the God Emperor was absolute. Day and night, it was beaten into the growing Yarrick, his faith growing, forged into an impenetrable armor that would defend against the mutant and heretic, the backbone of the role that he had to play. The Commissar, the political officer, one tasked with the duty of upholding morale and the Imperial Creed throughout the billions serving in the Imperium's guard. Yarrick had to become unbreakable, an inspiration of zeal and hate, a symbol that men and women would respect, and in equal parts fear. And to forge a person like that, they had to be pushed to the point of nearly breaking, ready to be built back up into an impenetrable fortress. Many young children would never survive this process, the very path itself structured to weed out the weak in body and soul. He had made many enemies in his time of education, as well as friends such as Dominic Seraph. But most importantly, he learnt about the mind of his future charges, his allies, the enemies of the Imperium, the mutant, the heretic, and Xenos, even learning the Orc language from a human raider who had once been a prisoner of the Greenskins.
Man, that's good. That's actually good that he learned the language. I was also going to say that, his main enemy in life is the Orcs. Really, the Orcs invaded his homeworld, and now he's learning about the Orc language. Definitely, Orcs are centered around his life, as one of the #1 enemies to deal with, I think. Yeah.
Particular hatred of the Orcs could never quite leave him. Yarrick had arrived a boy, but after years of training he became a man, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. Immediately he was sent to his new home, war. At the front lines of the Imperium, serving in over a dozen war zones, and with regiments from Necromunda and Luther McIntyre. Fire and blood was common for the young Commissar, gaining the experience he needed, until finally, at the end of the 41st millennium, Yarrick descended down towards the world of Mistral, a planet in the firm, unforgiving grip of the Imperial Ecclesiarchy. The deployment of the Mortician infantry rushed before him, as he stood side by side with his friend, Commissar Dominic Seraph, and their mentor, Lord Commissar Simeon Rasp.
Oh, okay, Lord Commissar Simeon Rasp. Rasp. How do you spell that? Rasp. Okay, hopefully I got that correct. Alright, and Dominic Seraph is still here. Alright.
The admiration the two had for their lord was apparent. Observe and learn. The words were drilled into Yarrick's head. Now had come the time where he put down the rifle. His words, his sharp black uniform, and fear-inducing presence had to become his weapon. A weapon that would be sharpened under the eyes of Lord Commissar Rasp in the coming War on Mistral. It was a rebellion, a war that would change Yarrick forever.
You are both missing an essential element. If I were to lose even one of my fingers, I could still fire the weapon, but my accuracy and my speed would be compromised.
Is this the Lord Commissar Simeon Rasp talking? Yeah, he sounds cool. He sounds cool. He has that, you know, commanding authority voice behind him. Yeah, I like the voice actor here. That's cool.
Lose the thumb or forefinger, and I will be hard-pressed to do more than simply hold the gun.
His eyes, a cold blue so pale they were almost white, flickered over each of us in turn, judging whether his instruction was sinking in.
Am I making myself clear?
The collective strength is created by that of individuals.
Seraph said.
Ignore the importance of specific positions at your peril.
I added. Rasp returned the pistol to his belt.
Quite so. It falls to us, to you, to preserve the health of the whole by ensuring the proper functioning of the part. And should the finger be gangrenous,
sever it and take its place.
Rasp gave a single nod. The lesson was over. We listened to the rest of Granite's speech. He had moved on from broad considerations of regimental honor to the specifics of the mission. Or at least, he had pretended to do so. What he said was little different from any number of commanding officers' exhortations I had heard, back when I had been one of the thousands on the embarkation deck. Granite struck me as working from a script, one he had trotted out many times before. He spoke with energy and enthusiasm, but his delivery was over-rehearsed. The more I watched him, the more I saw a man discharging a difficult but necessary duty, one he would be happy to see over and done. Rasp grunted.
Gentlemen, I hope you're noting the Colonel's oratory. I have the greatest respect for his tactical prowess, but he is no rhetorician. What, in your estimation, is the problem here?
Too familiar.
A thin smile from the Lord.
Yeah, Sebastian, I can see why you make enemies, bro. I can see. Yeah, you know, as a commissar, you can't be reading speeches off a script. You know, in that moment, you have to make a speech. It has to be galvanizing. It has to inspire the troops and to make them feel that, you know, here we are as the Imperium of Man. Here we are as the Imperial Guard. We are going to push against that enemy. We are going to force them to drink our blood. We are going to make them choke on our blood and our, belief in the Imperium of Man and the God Emperor. You know, you have to convince them that this is what we're here to do. And even if we should die, it's for the betterment of the Imperium of Man. And if you're going to be reading a script or memorizing a script and regurgitating it out over and over and over again to the soldiers, they're not going to be galvanized. They're not going to be feeling as if, you know, this is a very important battle for the Imperium of Man and we need to push. They're not going to feel that fire in them. So as a commissar, you always have to think on your feet. You always have to understand the soldiers that serve under you. And you have to make sure that you galvanize them. You push them forward into battle. They should show no fear. They should show no mercy to the enemy. And if the commanding officer is failing, like they said, you sever the finger and you take its place as the commissar. Yeah.
Lord Commissar.
Precisely. How many times have you both heard the same vague thoughts, assembled with very similar words?
Seraph shrugged.
Isn't it all an inevitable but necessary ritual?
No. It's not supposed to be a ritual. Who's talking? Dominic Seraph. It's not supposed to be a ritual. You know, like I said before, this is something that you have to think about on your feet at that very moment, on that very battlefield. You know, with the troops, you have to galvanize them. And it has to be something that comes from within you. It can't be something that you've read in a book and then you just think of it as a necessary ritual that needs to be done. You know, this is something that's supposed to be breathing in and out of you as a commissar, as a moral booster, as the glue that holds everyone together, because everyone is going to look to you for that for that type of leadership. Everyone is going to look to you for the peace and security that is the Imperium of Man. Because people will go disarray on the battlefield. People will be afraid. People will lose that confidence as they are being defeated left, right, and center by their enemies. You know, they're going to need someone who's going to push them forward, and that's you. Yeah.
Single shake of the head, as precise and emphatic as the one nod earlier.
Yes, but the address should never be ritualized. Its truth becomes robbed of urgency. It fails to inspire. Have you read the Legamemnon Victoriae of Lord Commander Solar Macarius?
I had. Seraph hadn't. He tried to bluff by looking very focused and interested.
How is it that this Dominic Seraph became a commissar? Man, you should be prepared when you're here with your mentor and a class colleague. You should be prepared, especially in an organization like this as a commissar. You can't be making mistakes. You can't be left wanting. You can't be showing your incompetence.
As if he were comparing a Macarian address to Greenwich's current effort, and would come up with a cogent answer in another few moments. Rasp wasn't fooled.
Correct that, Lacuna. Commissar Seraph. You will see the true art of the military speech. Read but one address, and you will be already well launched on a new crusade. When you stand before warriors, you must inspire them. I know, as do you, that too many of those soldiers are, whether they know it themselves or not, politely waiting for Colonel Greenwich to finish, so they can get on with it. That is not how it should be.
He favoured first Seraph, and then me with a hard look.
That is how it must never be when you speak. Your authority will inspire fear in the troops who fall under your eye. This is right and necessary, but it is not enough. The mere sight of you must grant them fire, and when they hear you, they must be happy to give up their lives.
He paused.
At great cost to the enemy, of course.
Of course.
I agreed. Rasp listened to Greenwich a few moments more, then grimaced.
Word for word. These generalities are death. Except in cases of necessary secrecy, tell these loyal servants of the Emperor why they are about to kill and die. Let them know the stakes. Give them a sense of purpose. Tell them why we are here. You heard General Rallam's address to the commanding officers. His style is rather too clipped, but he was precise. Commissar Yarrick, tell me why we are here.
Oh, I'll be so scared. He just calls out your name just like that. Commissar Yarrick, it's your 10. Why are we here? Oh man, I'll be so scared. I'll be so nervous. Oh my gosh. It's like making a speech in front of the class during like primary school or high school, prepared speeches or even unprepared speeches. Yeah, and then your name is just being called. You're the first person who's been called up. Oh, nerve-wracking.
We have come, at the request of Cardinal Wangenheim, to suppress a heretical uprising led by Baron Bartholomew Lom of Mistral.
A snort.
True, but rather bluntly put. If you were speaking to your charges, you would find more of the poetry of war in your soul, I trust. I once heard you when I visited the Scholar Progenium, Yarrick. I know what you are capable of, but yes, we have come to quell the turbulent Baron Lom.
Rasp looked up, away from the assembly. His gaze drifted to the outer hull doors. He seemed to be staring through them, as if he could see Mistral turning below.
Lord Commissar?
Seraph asked. No answer at first. There was a faint tightening of his jaw, the only sign of an internal debate. Finally, he said,
You are political officers, you know this, but I wonder if you have grasped the full implications of that fact. Your duties are to guard against deviation. The realities will mean rather more. Necessity will drive you to swim in murky waters.
He fell silent.
And even as you as a commissar swim in these murky waters, you have to be careful. Because, you know, you're dealing with many other structures of the Imperium of Man. And your limit as a commissar, as a political officer, is clearly defined. If you overstep that, you are entering into territories that might cost you your life. So stick to your position. What did they say? Observe and learn your surroundings and the people within your surroundings, and know how far you can reach as a commissar. Yeah. So be careful. Don't overstep your boundaries. Keep to your sphere of influence and authority. And don't think because you're a commissar you can do whatever you want. No.
He hadn't disclosed anything truly revelatory. He had articulated that which was never said, but understood by all but the most naive. There was something else he was on the verge of saying. I hesitated before speaking, but as the seconds mounted into silence, I realized that moment was slipping away. I decided to be direct. No. That was a lie. I didn't decide. I have always been direct. That is my special curse. It is also, I know, why I have been seen as a curse myself. That's a thought to keep me warm at night.
Are the waters of Mistral murky?
I asked. Rasp made a noise in his throat. A stillborn laugh.
So the local expression would have it. It's been years since I last set foot on its surface, but I would be surprised if matters have changed for the better since then.
So, you've been here before, and probably it's the same situation with the Ecclesiarchy and the Baron Lords of the planet. Yeah.
They can't have. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
True. And yet...
Rasp frowned. He thought for a moment, and then his expression cleared. He had come down on one side of a hard deliberation, and was now at peace with his conscience.
Gentlemen, this mission appears to be very straightforward. An insurgency that is beyond the abilities of local forces to contain, but that is nevertheless limited in scope. Our rapid triumph is a certain conclusion, and is therefore not to be trusted. When matters are at their most cut and dried is when you must be most weary.
Yeah, because you don't know what this insurgency is being pushed by. It could be the Tau, who are paying off these Baron Lords and telling them, if you guys can overtake this planet, then, you know, we will give you wealth beyond your imagination. So it could be that type of third force, the Tau influencing, you know, the Baron Lords on Mistral. Or it could be chaos. There could be some sort of chaos influence happening on the planet that you would need to investigate and confirm to be factual. Or third option, it is just a rebellion between these two factions on the planet, the Ecclesiarchy and the Baron Lords of Mistral. And, you know, that is also just another hot potato, political potato, that could really become complicated and convoluted, and it's something that you need to delicately take care of. So as a commissar, like I said before, know your boundaries, know how far you can reach, know how far you can influence what's happening on the planet, but of course to the clear understanding that you are there as the Imperium of Man and not there as a commissar. You're there as the Imperium of Man to quell this rebellion. Yeah. Hopefully you guys understood what I was saying. If I'm talking a lot of shit, I'm sorry. But you guys in the comment section, you guys can also correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, that's how I see it here. Appearances can be deceiving. If things are going too easily, clear-cut, defined, then there's something wrong here.
Mistral?
Anywhere. Everywhere. But today, yes, on Mistral.
I ran through the questions in my mind, examined angles. I applied the lessons of my mentor, assumed the hand of political maneuvering, even and especially where none seems present. What was the context lurking behind this rebellion? Why would Ras be uneasy? He had been here before. That was an interesting piece of data. What did that tell me then? A possibility dawned.
Is Baron Lom known to you?
I asked. The corner of Raf's mouth twitched. He was pleased. Not just with his student, I think, but also with the opportunity to speak further.
I said Baron Lords, but it's Baron Lom. Okay, so it's just one person. Alright.
I've met him twice, and then only briefly. But I was impressed. The family has a storied history of service in the Imperial Guard. I believe that certain offshoots have even produced some Inquisitors.
He had continued to stare at the far wall as he spoke, but now he finally faced us, and there was the hard, unflinching, evaluating gaze. It was perhaps the most visible expression of the qualities that had made him preeminent among commissars. Nothing escaped those eyes. Nothing was beyond their judgment. When I was pinned by that gaze, I knew to listen to the next words as though my soul depended upon them.
Heresy has no respect for reputation or family. I've seen it take root in the heart of individuals who had, until that very moment, been so free of taint as to be saints. No one is beyond its reach except the Emperor himself. No one. So I do not suggest for a second that Baron Lom is somehow above suspicion. But the same fact remains that Lom's profile is not the usual one for a heretic, and the political waters of Mistral are of the very murkiest. So, fellow commissars, my final command before we head into battle: eyes open, always.
The murky waters of Mistral. Okay. But Dominic Serov, I think you should leave. I think you should be demoted from being a commissar. I don't know. You just don't seem serious. You don't seem serious about your job. You just don't seem very serious. And I'm afraid you might pull your friend down to your level, Sebastian Yarrick. No. You should probably just leave the program and, just become a commander in the Imperial Guard. Because clearly you, as a commissar, I think it was a mistake.
Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank, the greater the degree. But only the commissar is specifically tasked with those concerns. If you think that your role is simply a guardian of orthodoxy, then you are a fool.
observe, and learn. To inspire in equal parts hope and dread. To the men and women under their command, they had to observe, dissect a person, their personality, their beliefs, the way in which they move in the world. Learn to evaluate how to reach them. Where one requires patience and understanding, others may need dominance and fear. That was the role of the Commissar, to be the bastion of morale and faith, and then finding a way to inject that zealotry into thousands. The lessons of Rast bore into Yarrick. He knew how to be a good soldier, but did he know how to be a symbol? Yarrick adored the man, and in turn the Lord Commissar saw something special within Yarrick. A deep seriousness that would either make or break him.
And you can actually hear that, you know, the Amber King is not telling us about Dominic Seraph, his closest friend, that, you know, Lord Commissar Rasp also sees something in him. No, nothing about Dominic. It's only Sebastian Yarrick. This guy's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go.
Actions and consequence. The nuance of power Yarrick had been given. One he didn't think he would have to use so quickly, as he and the Mortician Guard regiments prepared for battle. The rebel position was poor, but Yarrick and his men were on the offensive. Like a wave of lasfire and meat, the two forces clashed, Yarrick screaming cries for the Emperor as their guns overheated. Yarrick slashing and maiming with his saber with all the hate and piety his Emperor-given will could muster. The rebels fled, as the victory chants cried into the air, until they saw it. Walking out of the gates of the rebels' bastion, a titan rumbled the ground around them. Icons of corruption and death decorated its monstrous form.
It's chaos. It's chaos. So we're dealing with chaos on Mistral.
Symbols only Yarrick knew the truth of. Yarrick rallied, charging the Morticians upon the beast. Fire and destruction rained upon their target, as plasma beams and munitions tore the men apart at Yarrick's side. Finally, the monstrosity began to fall, but in its death throes it let out a mournful, sorrowful screech that would haunt Yarrick forever. His blood ran cold, as if the soul of his being had been wounded. He wanted to block it out, but observe and learn. No, he couldn't turn away. It was his duty to bear witness, to understand his enemy, so that he could better face it. As the wailful cry of madness died out, Yarrick, Rasp and Seraph strode across the victorious bloody battlefield. The heart and truth of this rebellion lie within their encampment, a corruption that had to be snuffed out. It was there, hidden within the previous wealthy estate of the rebel lord, Baron Long, that they found something dark and twisted, a sight that scraped at the corners of their sanity, a sacrificial altar covered in decayed gore and innocent's blood. Even as Yarrick observed and learnt, he felt sick to his stomach.
Don't get too close.
Yarrick, Rasp and Seraph knew what this was. Chaos. The great enemy had found its way into the heart of Mistral, a toxic ingredient to the already volatile situation. The world itself was already upon the knife's edge, a planet upon the brink of war between the noble families and Wagenheim of the Ecclesiarchy, and now with the added eyes of the Inquisition. Yarrick felt out of place in the heart of the ecclesiarchal palaces at the capital of Mistral. The wealth he had been born into was nothing compared to the almost grotesque displays of wealth and power here in these golden halls.
But remember your boundaries, Commissar Yarrick. Remember your boundaries. Just observe and learn these people.
The sight of Wagenheim disgusted Yarrick almost instantly. His over-bloated frame, his smug face, his very tone that all stunk of someone utterly unworthy of their position. But he knew his duty, so Yarrick swallowed the distaste. He played the part of awed young officer, as the corruption of the Imperium swam around him. This was not his battle.
Yeah, it's not your business. Like I said before, your boundaries, you are here representing the Imperium of Men to quell this rebellion. And now that you have ascertained that it's chaos influenced, you are here to deal with this corruption, with this, chaos incursion. That's all you're here to do. How you perceive the ecclesiarchy and their corruption and how fat and lazy looking the leadership looks like, it's got nothing to do with you. That's not your prerogative. That's not your responsibility. As a commissar, you were there tasked to crush this rebellion with whatever military power you have. Yeah.
But something else quickly called his attention. Yarrick stormed into the Mortisians' camp, furious as he stepped into the command tent. An Inquisitor, Hector Kraus, stood at the center. Slumped upon a stool was Yarrick's man, Betzner, the one who had crippled the Titan Walker, leading to his destruction. He was bloodied, and surrounded by an array of sharp tools beside him. Kraus was a blunt, paranoid thing that dripped with contentment for the lesser being who were his fellow mortal men. The Inquisitor, with arrogance dancing on his voice, dismissed him instantly, but Yarrick cut back, with an attitude so brazen it caught Kraus off guard. Like he had never been challenged before. Kraus was not the only one wearing a uniform that invoked fear. Observe and learn. Yarrick was under no impression that he could be slain on a whim, but even he would not tolerate the blatant abuse of his men, where no suspicion had justified it. Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank, the greater the degree. He observed Kraus, evaluated his nature, saw the all-consuming desire for answers, and the act he would take to get them. Yarrick chose his words carefully, taking his cruelty and replacing it with inefficiency. He wanted to find this cult of chaos, but why waste his time on methods that would not achieve the information he desired? He would watch Betzner. The information will come in time, and then together they would purge this threat. Information at hand, without the cost of Betzner and a demoralized force. Yarrick had put his life on the line. It was simply not enough to observe. Now he had to learn if he had made the right call. Again to the capital Yarrick, Seraph and Rasp arrived. To the conclave of barons in Wagenheim, the power play and politics were like an unspoken truth that bled from the room, much to the disgust of Yarrick. The power play to crush the barons under the disgusting heel of Wagenheim was leading to war. He was corrupt, despite his faith in the Emperor being genuine, even if it felt perverted to Yarrick. The commissars and barons bore witness to the next play of this planet's ruler. A holy relic, one guarded by Sisters of Battle, would be paraded throughout the city. Another display of power, an antagonization of the Barons of Mistral. It was a powder keg waiting to blow, thought Yarrick, as he began to inspect the streets of the city. The barons were bound to act, and the incoming reports of kidnapping had flared their concerns with the Chaos cult, still at large. Along the streets of the city, Yarrick and the Mortisians marched. The fervent cheers of the people screamed into the air, as the bloated, grubby fingers of Wagenheim held aloft the broken bones of Saint Calixtus. Hymns and chants blared as the Sisters of Battle glared from the sides of this clearly political display. And then the square erupted. A concussive boom tore its way from underground and rippled through Yarrick's bones. Fire, rubble, and splinters exploded into the air, cascading down upon them all. The panic began immediately. The frightened people began to run, a disorganized wave of clawing and trampling beasts. A warning shot into the air did nothing to alleviate this panic. Soon the Mortisians would be trampled themselves. The security of the city and the holy relic was at the edge of failure, and so the Mortisians began to fire. Lasbeans began to mow down the panicked hordes of the faithful of Mistral until order was reinstated.
Damn.
Yarrick and Seraph barked their discipline across the lines of the Mortisians, even as innocent blood flecked upon their pristine uniforms. The attack had come from underground, the sewers, something that would have taken months to orchestrate. Booms could be heard in the distance. Artillery. The capital was under attack. From outside the walls, a mob of corrupted, mal-twisted people had begun a large-scale assault. For the various sewer entrances, small groups of scarred and bloodied men and women, chanting in foul tongues and decorated in icons of chaos, streamed. Observe and learn, rung in Yarrick's mind. Assess the battlefield, his resources and men. Secure the city first, and then learn their enemy's objective and how to crush them. Orders bellowed out from Yarrick, leading contingents of the Mortisians. The Imperials began to fan out across the city, Yarrick becoming the cohesive glue to bind the forces of the Imperium together. They began eliminating the forces of chaos that rose up from under their feet. In the dark, murky sewers and the war-torn streets, Yarrick and his men fell upon them. To me, he roared as he led them from the front. The only way forward is through the blood of traitors and heretics. The rhetoric became a rally cry as the Imperials gritted their teeth in the face of such degeneracy.
Keep moving forward until you eliminate all of them. This form of corruption cannot be allowed to exist. It has to be eradicated.
He was not just a soldier, he was a political officer. His duty was to inspire, equal part disciplinarian and preacher. If you think that your role is simply a guardian of the orthodoxy, then you are a fool. He had to be the image, the incorruptible, fearless, inspiring. He had
to be the symbol.
To be a symbol. The shells came down around them. Blood poured from his ears as Yarrick stumbled amongst the dust and fire. Be the symbol. The word screamed in his foggy mind. Yarrick stood, rising above his allies. On the rubble, a silhouette of a man appeared. It was defiant, arrogant in the face of death. A sense of exhilarating freedom shivered through Yarrick's veins as he pointed to the sky, and with a throat-tearing bellow, he screamed, "Is that the best our enemy can do? Does he think this will make us bend our knee? The heretics can do nothing against us. Shielded by our faith, we are invincible." He will hurl himself against the walls, and what will he find there?
Death.
Death. The chance of death. Death began to rise, a choir of beating hearts for the Emperor. Throughout the city they ran, Yarrick's fervor an example like a wave, carrying the Mortisians through the artillery and fire, like men possessed. He kept on screaming, chanting, loosing off words of encouragement, until his voice was hoarse, even to the point where he lost cohesive thought. Still, zealotry and hate poured out from his subconsciousness. The mind of a man whose faith in the Emperor was absolute. Yarrick, Colonel Benninger, and their men regrouped with Seraph and Inquisitor Kraus who had nearly been swarmed by cultists. The two forces slammed into each other. A wall of lasfire and blade hacked at each other. Yarrick almost feeling like he was drowning in flesh. But the fervour of the Imperials was greater. Their Yarrick-inspired hate was greater. They pushed their enemies back until they heard the rumble of an engine. A monster exploded out from a tunnel. An unholy creation. A hellish meshing of a basilisk tank and a walker mount. Dark symbols and blood covered its surface.
A walker and a tank mashed together? Oh wow, so it has the walker legs and then it has the tank head, top head piece. Okay, wow.
To gaze upon them, it felt like your soul was sick. Men and women were crushed and torn apart in its wake as it rampaged through the tight streets. Yarrick ran, darting into a house just in time, his heart roaring as he made his way towards the rooftops. The monstrosity was rampaging, but before Yarrick could think of a counterattack, he heard those words. "I'm going to order a retreat," Colonel Benninger muttered.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Colonel what? Colonel Bettingham? Yeah, what are you talking about? There is no retreat. There is only push forward. I suggest you withdraw that order immediately. We are pushing forward. We have chaos cultists to defeat here. We have a rebellion to quell. There is no retreat.
Unable to tear his twitching eyes from the symbols on the construct, Yarrick stood before him, even as he spilled forth unrelenting words of cowardice before a commissar.
Or maybe it's because he's being influenced by the signs and all that type of chaos-induced aura or influence that's, making this commanding officer lose the will, lose the faith to keep on fighting. He is human after all, and some commanders might be weak of mind, and like we've stated before, or like Sebastian Yarrick has stated before, if the finger is contaminated or it's rotten, you gotta sever it and take its place. Yeah. You know what you must do, Sebastian Yarrick.
"Issue new orders, now," Yarrick said, his voice stern but not angry. His body tensed as he knew what was coming, what was going to be demanded of him. Their eyes met, and in that moment Yarrick knew the Colonel had been lost. A man who had served with distinction for decades, a good soldier, a sound colonel, but still just a man, vulnerable to chaos. Yarrick raised his pistol and fired. The body slumped to the floor as Yarrick took his first Imperial life. A duty he knew he would have to repeat 1,000 more times in the years to come. Now came his duty to ensure the Colonel's death had meaning. Yarrick looked around. His gaze swept over his men, declaring that he was taking command. "We do not retreat. Relay the news." Yarrick and his men rallied, grabbing demolition charges and launchers. They began to bombard the monstrosity to oblivion. It was a gamble, but it paid off. A weak spot opened up before him as Yarrick threw the demolition charge within. 2 explosions rocked the buildings around them as the construct erupted into flame and twisted metal. The cultists began to run, their fear of this madman greater than their love for chaos.
Be the symbol for the Imperium of Man and for the Imperial Guard, but also be the symbol for your enemy to fear. Let them know that there is a commissar in that platoon or regiment that is crazy. He's insane. Anything we try to throw at him and his forces, they just keep repelling it back and they keep pushing forward. Be that symbol of fear in the eyes of the enemy, and their resolve will shatter. They will run and quit the field. Yeah.
A valuable lesson, Yarrick thought, to be a symbol for his enemies too. Yarrick and the Morticians had been bled, but the enemy had suffered more. The bodies of guard, cultist, and civilian lay strewn across the streets, but still the Imperials moved on. Yarrick, exhausted beyond belief as they made their way towards the walls. The city had been secured for now, but Lord Commissar Rasp was missing. Thousands of civilians and guard were dead, whilst Vargaheim hid in his palace.
What do you mean, Lord Commissar Rasp is missing? How does he go missing? That doesn't just happen. Who was with the Commissar? Was it Dominic Saroff? Maybe I hate him too much. Yeah, I think I'm too quick to blame him. I don't know where he was, but still, you know, you can't just lose the Lord Commissar. That's not possible. But maybe because of the chaos that's happening in the city, you know, things happen. But wow, okay.
Guarded by the deeply unimpressed Sisters of Battle, the Cardinal was clearly out of his depth, and Inquisitor Kraus was somewhere in the shadows, so the defense fell to Yarrick, Seraph, and the surviving colonels. More burdens upon his shoulders. But their rest did not last as the night came. Throngs of heretics began their assault. White flares soared into the night sky, illuminating the field in a pseudo-sun. Again Yarrick preached across the lines, inspiring them, filling them with zeal and hate, ridiculing the enemy that dared to hope take these walls.
This is your job as the Commissar. You don't get to complain. You don't get to, you know, say that, oh, there's just so much on my plate. No, you have to adapt to the current situations at hand. If there's no other commanding officers, you are that commanding officer. If the soldiers seem to be demoralized, it is up to you to galvanize them. If there is a problem with one of the commanding officers or the captains or lieutenants that are leading a platoon, it is up to you as the Commissar to sever that finger and take its place. This comes with the occupation as a Commissar. You're not just here to maintain the orthodoxy of the state, but you are here to galvanize. You are here to instill fear. You are here to keep order. You are here to be the symbol of your enemy and of your Imperial Guard. That's what it means to be a Commissar. It's not an easy job. It's not a nice job.
The heretics began their climb into a wall of las fire. Thousands upon thousands clashed in the fumbling darkness. Bolter and flame the only illumination into the nightmare of war. Yarrick felt his blood sing with heat. His chant never stopped, as the blood and smoke filled the air for hours upon hours. It was only when dawn came that the heretics had finally had their fill of throwing men and women into the meat grinder. Exhaustion reigned on both sides. Yarrick stood before Vargaheim, Kraus and the lead sister Sethino. Even now all could see Vargaheim try to make political moves, his cowardice evident. Much to the disgust and disdain of all those around him. They were in a stalemate. The Baron-supported Chaos cult couldn't break into the city, but the Imperials couldn't break out, and their resources were running low. Yarrick and Kraus left, still arguing. The Inquisitor's interrogations of the civilians had begun to spread panic throughout the city. It seems both roles had very different interpretations of observe and learn, but their arguments were interrupted. something drew them back to the palace. A premonition from Betzner, the man who had caught the Inquisitor's eye before. In the crypts below, Yarrick felt it, a toxic sensation, existential dread building in waves. From a tunnel entrance, an explosion rocked the chamber. Splinters and flakes of burning parchment filled the air as a stream of cultists rushed forth. Yarrick and Kraus turned to see something grotesque, larger than a man with glistening pink skin, multi-limbed and with a gaping jaw.
Oh my gosh, it's a demon.
Looking upon it, Yarrick's mind ached and his stomach dropped, as for the first time in his life, he saw a demon. The words used in his training were a poor representation of this utter abomination, sentient nightmare manifest. No matter how long he lived, the damage to his psyche would always remain. Yarrick and Kraus rose as one, retreating their minds into a place of safety. They leapt at the abomination. It bled, and that meant they could kill it. Cultists and guard began to fall around them, gutted and devoured in a mosh pit of cleaver, lasfire and claw. The duel with insanity itself was brutal. Yarrick pushed to the edge of his abilities as he and Kraus broke it apart, only for it to convulse and split. One gaping maw became two as the demon multiplied. The smaller, blue horrors launched at the surviving Imperials, tearing men and women into ribbons of flesh. Yarrick, with his bolt gun empty, his sword slick with demon blood, was almost overwhelmed, until a chorus of bolt guns sang. The Sisters of Battle stormed into the crypt. He felt their zeal, their
Burn them all, sisters, burn them all.
purity of faith sing from them, and he felt humbled. Sister Sethino and her sisters unleashed fire and death.
Let me write down her name. Sethino. Sister Sethino. Sister of Battle. Okay. Alright.
Banishing the demon back into the warp. Wounded and exhausted, even in his soul, Commissar Yarrick stood, victorious against the enemy's strike, towards their leadership. The situation had changed. This cult had progressed, and now the warp itself had entered the battlefield.
I mean, literal demons are here now. It has definitely escalated to a point where, you know, you guys will have to really figure something out very fast to deal with this matter before, you know, even far more powerful demons come into this, come into Mistral and cause havoc. Yeah. Ugh.
Yarrick had observed and learned. Perhaps the enemy's strategy of a direct strike at the leadership was something that they could employ. An idea crystallized in Yarrick's head, and for the rare occasion that it was, he found himself smiling. With Seraph, Kraus, Sethino, and the Mortisians at his side, he would end this uprising at its heart. He would cut off its head.
How will you get there? How will you reach the head of this, you know, demon-infested cultist movement? How will you get there? Become faith. Become will. Alright. Oh! Wait a minute. They used tunnels to get directly to the Ecclesiarchy headquarters, right? Yeah, maybe they can use the same tunnels, but yeah, it can work. It can work if we can just make sure that the tunnels don't collapse on them, and that, you know, whatever they face in the tunnels is not going to be corrupting their soldiers, because not everyone has got a strong mind like the Inquisitor or like the Sisters of Battle or like the Commissars, you know. The regular soldiers, they may not be able to withstand the type of corruption and, you know, the things that the demons could do to their minds. So hopefully as they're going down into these tunnels, they'll be prepared for something like that. Okay. Become faith, become will.
What is will but the strength of faith? What gives faith its strength if it is not will? Become faith, become will, for the God Emperor of mankind.
Marsek stepped back out of the shadows. I joined him. We stared down into the tunnels. There was still movement down there. Still the alien sounds. For the moment, at least, they weren't moving upward. Marsek whispered,
"What's down there?"
Something we're not equipped to fight, Captain, but we can report its existence.
Agreed.
Moving quietly, limiting himself to hand gestures alone, Marsek signaled our withdrawal.
Is this part of Mistral? Are we still on Mistral with this extract, or is it from a different storyline? I think it's from a different storyline. Yeah. Okay, wait, let me just write that down here. The wreckage. Because now they're dealing with some alien creatures underground, when we know for a fact that on Mistral, Sebastian Yarrick was dealing with cultists and demons. Yeah, so this is definitely a different story here. Okay.
We maintained silence for the first 2 levels, when it became clear that the pyramid's denizens weren't following, and that the last of our enemies had gone down to their annihilation.
Pyramid. The only people who I know make pyramids, or who have pyramids, are the Necron tier. You guys are missing, or you guys are in a tangle with the Necron tier? Yikes, okay, good luck.
Burston went back to work with the Vox, trying to raise the scattered elements of 6th Company. Marsek called him up to the front with us.
Anything?
No answer from Sergeant Hanasek, sir. But I received a transmission from Sergeant Brenkin on the Castellan Belasco. She and some armsmen have freed themselves and are fighting back. She says that the occupying force is small. The traitor Space Marines were the ones who captured our ship, and they left behind only a minimal group of cultists. They're armed, of course, but
it wouldn't take much to dislodge them.
That's what she thinks, Commissar, yes.
I gave Marsek a significant look.
Our Valkyries, some distance from the ridge, should still be intact. Even with our numbers reduced to not much more than 2 squads worth, we could retake the ship.
We'll link up with Sergeant Hanasek. With our company reunited, we shall purge the scum from our decks.
Marsek said. I frowned.
Yeah, I'm frowning too. You guys just stated that Hanasek is underground dealing with the aliens, which I'm assuming are the Necron tier. Sebastian Yarrick just said that you are not equipped to deal with the threat that's underground. Underground, this pyramid. You cannot deal with it. There is a ship that belongs to the Imperium of Man that is under the control of a few cultists, Chaos cultists. That ship is important. You have to make a choice here. You don't have enough soldiers or platoon strength, to deal with what's happening underground. So you have to choose the ship. You have to help the forces that are already there trying to take over the ship. The ship is important. You need it. I'm afraid Hanasek and his forces will just have to wait. They don't have to do anything for the moment. They can just wait until the ship has been retaken, and then with the ship they can help them somehow. I don't know how exactly, but they can help Hanosek and his forces underground. Yeah. So I don't know what Masek is trying to do here, because clearly he understands that they don't have the equipment, they don't have the numbers to go down there and help Hanosek.
He was assuming that Hanosek's contingent still existed. 2 Reavers had come after us, unless some were mounting guard outside the pyramids, which seemed unlikely. That meant the other 3 were pursuing Hanosek and his troops. Those were formidable odds. Masek was basing his strategy on an assumption for which he had no evidence. I was uneasy, but decided to say nothing until we reached the surface. As we were climbing out of the crater, Versten managed to get through to Hanosek's Vox operator. For a few seconds, the other fragment of Sith company was being pressed hard and driven deeper into the pyramid. There was no question of their being able to set up an ambush. The heretics and Reavers were upon them. They could not break off.
Send a message that help is coming.
Belay that, trooper.
I told Versten. To Masek, I said,
Captain, a word.
I expected him to be furious at my intervention. Instead, he seemed eager to talk, as if it was important to him that he bring me about to his perspective. We left the troops at the lip of the crater and moved down the slope a short distance to speak behind a rounded heap of congealed slag.
We cannot rescue them.
We have to try.
No. We are duty-bound not to. Such an attempt would be doomed. You know that as well as I do. We would then be leaving a frigate of the Imperial Navy in enemy hands. That would be an unforgivable failure.
I have already failed my troops once this day. I won't do it again.
You will if you follow this course. They will all die.
I have to try.
I looked at him steadily.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Masek? Why are you doing this? You can clearly see where this is going. If you send whatever left of your platoons down there to fight against the Necrontyr, you are all going to die. I know it's not an easy choice. You are all going to die if you all go down there. At least if you have the ship, you have a platform that you can use to try and assist Hanosek and his forces underground. But at this very moment, you guys, all of you just going down there, it's not going to help. And then we would have lost your lives under the pyramid, and the forces that are trying to retake the ship would also lose because there's no one there to back them up. Masek, think.
He did not blink. He knew exactly what he was saying. He knew the consequences. His ego had led us to this pass. He understood this and sought redemption. But we didn't have the luxury for redemption. We needed victory. Before me stood a good man, but the Imperium needed him to be something more, though. It needed him to be a good officer. Instead, he was the ruin of one. He was, in this moment of crisis, proving himself unable to truly make the hard decision.
And you know what happens now. You know what happens now. Sever it and take its place.
He was throwing that responsibility onto me.
I cannot allow you to jeopardize this mission.
No, you can't. But you cannot make me abandon my troops.
I pulled my pistol from its holster. Masek gave me a sad smile. He got down on his knees.
Do what is necessary, Commissar Yarrick.
Why are you forcing my hand?
Stop me, or let me do what I must.
I put the muzzle of the pistol against his forehead. He closed his eyes. Peace suffused his features. I felt a grimace contort mine. I knew that what I was doing was correct.
I just want to say using Scott Buckley's music here is also just exquisite. Yes, good choice, good choice.
I've had to use this ultimate sanction against officers more often than I care to count. Each instance is a tragedy, a necessity whose causes are so unnecessary. But never before or since have I encountered a soldier who accepted my judgment with such grace.
I still find this so wrong. He is a bad officer. Yes, he may be accepting his death with a smile on his face. Still, it doesn't really help the situation at hand right now. You know? I don't know why is he doing all of this.
I hope I never will again. The hard decision was mine, as was the harder action. Silently, I cursed Marsek for this moment that I would have to live with for all the years to come. I curse him still. He was, even then, still not fully honest with either of us. He was seeking a martyr's end as redemption for his failure. In this way, he turned away from the hard decision. He made it mine instead. Mine, the choice, and mine, the even harder action. So be it. I pulled the trigger. I marched back to the company. A horrified silence had fallen over it.
We make for the landing site. We are retaking the Castellan Belasco.
I didn't mind the gazes. Whether averted or hostile, they couldn't add to the burden I was already carrying, or to the further weight I was about to shoulder.
And it's a lonely position as a commissar, you know. The soldiers don't understand. They don't understand your responsibility as a commissar. Probably they really loved their commanding officer, Marsek. They loved him, those soldiers. And then when they heard the gunshot and understood what it meant and what happened, all that hate and fear, it all directed towards the commissar. And Sebastian Yarrick has to take it in his stride. He has to keep moving forward. No matter how they may look at him, no matter what they may say behind his back, it does not matter. What matters is the duty. And really, it is a lonely job to perform, to execute as a commissar. You'll never truly have that sort of connection with other human beings or other soldiers within a regiment or platoon or whatever it may be. You may not have that kind of connection with anyone else because people either fear you or they respect you too much to the point where they don't see you as a human being that they could be close with. You know, I think the only people that would relate to a commissar is a commissar. So yeah, it's a lonely path.
Hanoshek, don't stop trying until you do.
We had reached the base of the slope when Versen passed me the handset. It was hard to make out what Hanazek was saying. His words kept being cut off by what sounded like static, but I knew to be weapons fire. He was asking for help.
Sergeant, this is Yarrick. We cannot provide assistance. The ship is being held. That is the key to this mission's success. Do you understand?
More explosions and cries in the background. Then...
Yes.
Is there any way you can bypass the enemy?
No. We've already lost half our strength. They're backing us down a tunnel. Commissar, there's movement down there.
I closed my eyes for a moment, hating what I was about to say.
Sergeant, go deeper. Head towards that movement.
Another pause. I didn't think it was only due to the fighting.
Commissar?
What is down there will kill the enemy. 6th Company will be victorious. Do you understand?
There was no pause this time.
I do.
The Imperium thanks you, Sergeant Hanoshek.
This is simply our duty, sir.
He would have made a fine officer.
I will remain on the Vox. All the way.
Thank you.
We had no more exchanges after that. He left the channel open. I heard the sounds of the end. I kept my promise and stayed present, bearing what witness I could. I was there as we reached the landing site. and boarded the Valkyries. Hanozek and his portion of the 6th fought well and hard, as long as they could, luring the enemy to the disaster. The fighting was still going on as we reached the frigate, and the immoral, leaderless rabble that occupied the bridge was confronted with the anger of the Steel Legion. I was barely aware of our victory on the ship. All of my attention was focused on the terrible victory inside the pyramid, on Ionos. I was there to hear Hanozek, in mortal fear but still fighting, cry,
Throne, what are they?
He would receive no answer. None of us for many years to come, years of blessed ignorance. But on that day, I still sought the pain of knowledge. I forced myself to learn the cost of my decision. I listened to the transmission until the sounds of battle ceased. I listened for almost an hour after that. I listened as the reclaimed Castilian Balasco prepared to leave the system. I listened to the hollow, hissing remains of the hard choices.
Yeah, the hard choices. The hard choices. And definitely, Hanozek would have made a brilliant military officer. He did not complain. He did not make excuses. He just said, yes, sir, I understand. And they pushed forward, going deeper, knowing fully well it meant death. He would have made a very good commander, definitely. Yeah, the hard choices.
It was the most horrifying thing he had ever seen. Just like his grandfather had said, there are worse things than childhood bullies, or even orcs. Yarrick ran towards the dais, flanked by Seroth, Sethano, and her sisters, Kraus, and a crack squad of the brave Mortisians.
Okay, so we're back on Mistral now. Alright.
To the corrupted Baron's Mountains fortress the Imperials had trudged, the journey costing thousands of lives. Entering the disgusting citadel, passing chained victims, too far gone to save, war slick with blood, and desecrated with symbols of chaos. They saw it. The Barons, and a swarm of cultists, and dreaded demons. The Imperials charged. Las and bolter rounds rammed into the heretics as Yarrick pushed forward. On an iron chair sat the mutilated, tortured form of his mentor, Lord Commissar Rasp, almost unrecognizably broken. The Baron Varsin, the architect of this uprising, linked hands with the other barons. They began to chant from a cursed book. Maddening foul expletives ringing in Yarrick's ears as he made to strike, but he wasn't close enough. The traitor barons began to twist and melt, the flesh and bone moulding into one enlarged monstrosity.
Man, this sounds like Dragon Age 2. I don't know if you guys have played Dragon Age 2 or you know of the Dragon Age gaming franchise. Yeah, in Dragon Age 2, there were some mages who tried to, or should I say they were desperate, you know, they were being, killed off by the Templar Order. And, you know, for them to survive, if I can say that, they also used blood magic, and their bodies started to conjoin and connect and melt into one hideous looking monster. It was also a demon, if not mistaken. So yeah, it's taking me back to Dragon Age 2 when I saw that monster being created by all those mages. Ugh, nasty.
Violating act Yarrick witnessed. At such a close proximity, he would never forget that sight in sickening detail. The Varsin mutant began lashing out. Seroth and Kraus were smashed to the ground as Yarrick leapt onto the beast's back. With the fury of the Emperor himself, he rammed his sword into the beast's skull and began to twist, but it was no final victory. It was the last body, piled upon thousands that had already been sacrificed. Reality itself tore open. rippling the dais with corrupted lightning. Yarrick's mind recoiled as pieces of concepts and snarling abstractions whirled past, and then it coalesced. A sickly pink-skinned, flesh-rippling, horned demon draped in finery and things human language failed to describe.
It must be a Slaneshi demon. Yeah, oof, nasty.
Stepped forth. A greater demon of the foul god Zinch had entered reality.
Oh, okay, Zinch. I thought it was Slanesh because of the clothing and, you know, the pink skin and the horns. Yeah.
Gal Shanhar, they screamed. Even its name wounded the soul. It was Rasp's howling scream that broke Yarrick back into action. The Lord Commissar was locked within the demon's grip, and he screamed as if tortured in his very psyche. The warp leaked around Yarrick and the Imperials, almost like fighting with a kaleidoscope of nightmare. Yarrick himself began to understand why Rasp had screamed as he made contact with the demon. Flashes of the past and future touched his mind, something his Emperor-given strength tried desperately not to look at, not to let corrupt him. Armageddon, a great enemy, searing pain in his left eye and right arm. Faith, will, the Emperor. Yarrick screamed in his mind. What is will but the strength of faith? What gives faith its strength, if not will? Become faith. Become will for the God Emperor of mankind. More Imperials fell in horrifying ways, until finally Sister Sethano lunged forward as Yarrick struck the demonic book Vasahin had used before, and again at the altar behind it. The warp began to rush around them as Yarrick stood defiantly. Be the symbol. His body and mind was at the point of breaking, but still he stood, the survivor boy from Taos 3. The living rallied and pummeled the collapsing demon with everything they had, pushing it back into the immaterium. Victory on Mistral was theirs, though it had cost oceans of blood. The Garden people, victims of chaos, and the politics of those at the top. Yarrick, wounded, both in body and spirit, prayed in a chapel alone. Mistral had taught him much. Those murky waters where one could still be corrupt and serve the Emperor. The need to be the symbol, where Rasp had been captured and the cowardice of others reigned. Sister Sethano approached him in this place of quiet and healing. They had both been changed on a fundamental level. No one, in such close proximity to the machinations of the warp, ever leaves unscathed. In gazing into an abyss, the abyss had looked back into them, where Sethano had been expunged of the tapestry of greater human emotion. Yarrick had been propelled, as if his zeal and hate for his enemies had only grown. He burned brighter. He knew he should not believe the vision that had scraped his mind, the sickly gift of the demon's contact. But the image of a hulking form troubled him. His right arm and eye would forever remain sore. Lord Commissar Rasp broke. Sethano said, "You must kill him." Fury touched Yarrick's heart. No, he did not hear his mutilated mental repent the Emperor. He would give him a chance. He deserved that. There Yarrick prayed more as Sethano left. Finally he left to his mental side in the medical tent, dreading the choice he knew in his heart he would have to make. There is a difference between thinking like a commissar and acting like one. Rasp had told him long ago. The Lord Commissar had served for lifetimes. He had seen thousands die, and more wars than Yarrick had been alive for. But he had been broken, subjected to a suffering most could never even dream of. Once again in Yarrick's life, he lost a mentor as he sent Lord Commissar Rasp to the Emperor's side. Another burden he accepted, even as it broke the decades-long friendship with Dominic Serov. Never again.
Nah. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That friend was a liability in my understanding. He was a liability.
And would the two meet on friendly terms? But war never ends for the political officer of the Guard. As Yarrick left the silhouette of Mistral in his wake, he was reassigned to his new station, the Armageddon Steel Legion. Night had fallen on Ionis, shrouded by the enormous gas giant, Kalasima. It had not been long since the trial of fire that was Mistral and its murky waters. In fortified trenches, Yarrick and his newly assigned regiment stared across at the enemy's position, a foul call to the dark gaunts. Sergeant Hanozek stood by his side as the two turned back to their own men. Observe and learn. The lesson he was now enacting as he saw Captain Jeren Marsek. He was handsome and charismatic. The men looked up to him like a symbol.
He was like the cool kid, essentially. Marsek was the cool kid. But we don't need cool kids on the battlefield. We don't need people who appear to be like heroes. We don't need people like that. They don't make good soldiers.
Yarrick thought, but something bugged him. The role of Commissar required him to read people, and what he saw beneath the Machiavellian facade was an almost childlike flippancy. Marsek's confidence was the immortality of a young man, something that was fragile in the battles to come.
Clearly, Marsek doesn't have the experience of war then. I don't know how he became a commanding officer. Clearly it was a popularity contest, because he should not be there as the commanding officer of his, I think it was a regiment or a platoon. He should not be there.
Captain Marsek ordered a charge. Finally, the Imperials would dig out the nest of rats. The roars followed Marsek right into a trap. Yarrick cursed himself as the shells began to rain down on them. Like little insects trampled under a boot of flame, Marsek and Yarrick's men were decimated. And when the dust settled, Yarrick saw his face, Marsek's horror and hollowness. He was functioning, but Yarrick noted his fallacy. As the survivors gathered again, they were attacked, forcing them to retreat into these ancient, buried Xenos tombs that peeked out from the sand. They darted in as the forces of chaos were at their heels. The sleek corridors and pyramids sent shivers down Yarrick's spine. It screamed danger, but still they pushed further. But now it was their turn, as Yarrick, Marsek, and their men set their own ambush, leading traps for the advancing forces of chaos. In the dim green light, with Laz and Bolter roaring as they cried out for the Emperor, they fought a brutal, up-close war. But it was a losing battle. Men and women dropped like flies, until they retreated back into an eerie mist. Hiding at the sides, their pursuers darted past into the sightless screaming depths. Their screams were haunting, but what lay below was a problem for another day, as the survivors ran for their lives, back towards the surface. The situation was dire. The fleet in orbit had been boarded. The priority was obvious, until Yarrick heard those words. "We'll link up with Sergeant Hanozek. Send a message that help is coming. We are duty-bound not to," Yarrick replied. "Such an attempt would be doomed. You know that as well as I do." But Captain Marsek protested. Yarrick felt the slight dread begin to rise. As he knew what was coming, he cursed Marsek for this moment that would be with him for all his years to come. He saw through him. The captain was seeking a martyr's end, as a redemption for his failure, hoping to wipe out the guilt for the men who had died under his watch.
Coward. Yes, mistakes were made. Yes, people have died, but that is the responsibility of command. You're not going to get it right all the time. There will be times when you have made a big fuck up. But you just gotta keep pushing forward because you still have many other people under your command that depend on your leadership. They still have faith in you. But instead you've chosen this path.
The gunshot rang out as Yarrick killed a good man, but a bad officer. One more burden on the list of those who had met his Emperor's judgment. It never got easier. Some were traitors, some were cowards, but some had just faltered once, and that was enough. He was a commissar, a symbol and defender of the orthodoxy, but most importantly, he was human. Despite the weight of the burdens he carried, what was one more added to the pile, as he informed the man he respected, the man who could have had a future, Sergeant Hanosek, that no help was coming. Into the temple the brave officer led his men, as Yarrick heard their screams over the vox. The sergeant had earned the respect of someone hearing his glorious death and journey to the Emperor's side.
Second War for Armageddon. Okay. Wait, this is the war that, the war where Sebastian Yarrick lost his arm, right? And then the third one, the third War for Armageddon, is when Hell's Reach comes into play. Yeah, okay. Alright.
When people have been derived of ability to act, they will respond to leadership with gratitude and vigor. To have direction becomes a form of salvation in its own right. Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little that you cannot accomplish.
That is true. I mean, look at the Emperor of Mankind and his crusade across the galaxy. You know, there was a... Well, we are being told, I should say, that, you know, there was a point where humanity was facing extinction, humanity was leaderless, humanity was being picked apart by xeno races, by chaos, and, you know, humanity needed direction, needed leadership. And the moment that space was filled by the Emperor, almost anything was possible for humanity. You know, they were growing as an Imperium of Man. They had technology. The knowledge was being recovered and, you know, being used again. And really, nothing. The sky was the limit for the Imperium of Man. And humanity had that strong-handed leadership that they needed to survive and to push through. So yeah, definitely, you know, those that have lost the ability to operate by themselves, who have lost the ability to work within their parameters, you know, where they don't have that self-belief in themselves, where they don't have the confidence to stand up and do something. And that space is being filled up by a leader, a symbol, be the symbol, then definitely anything is possible. Yeah. And that's the type of thing a commissar is as well. He or she is that symbol that is supposed to be the glue that holds people together and pushes people together against a common enemy. Yeah.
A life of unending war, death, and service to the Emperor. Despite the rejuvenant treatments that kept the man, Sebastian Yarrick, looking like a middle-aged man, something ancient lay beneath. How many men had he seen die? The fact that he surpassed the age of his grandfather did not slip him. It had been decades since his reassignment to the Armageddon Steel Legion after the events on Mistral. Armageddon had been the closest thing to a home he had ever known. The air was filthy and oil slick, browns and yellows painting a visage no one would dare call beautiful. Corrosive rain and towers of black smoke dotted this hellscape of a world. Virulent forests hung around the equator, bleeding out until reaching the ash wastes that grew from the various enormous hive cities, filled with humans stacked upon each other to the point of absurdity. Billions upon billions called this polluted waste home. Observe and learn. The lesson he had enacted over decades, as Yarrick had visited the various holdings and hive cities over the years. He observed its spires and depths, its gilded corridors and the noble quarters, and the grime and blood-drenched alleys in the sunless underworld. Towards the spire of Hive and Furnace, the old Commissar walked, finding himself greeted by the Lord Commissar, Seraph. Disgust was written across the face of his once friend.
How? How did he become Lord Commissar? Him. This guy who's been failing in class. He became the... nah, guys. Nah. No. I refuse. I refuse to accept this. If anyone should be the Lord Commissar, it should be Sebastian Yarrick. Not this guy. Not Seraph. No.
The Emperor's mercy Yarrick had given their mentor Rasp had broken their friendship, and now Yarrick was about to face the consequences as the two walked to the luxurious quarters of the planet's ruler, Overlord Hermann von Strab. It was like looking into the past, that disgust that had risen up as Yarrick had looked upon the Cardinal Vargeheim of Mistral. Hermann von Strab was as wide as he was tall, bald and bloated, and with a grin that stunk of superiority. In a voice that was deep and nasal, Hermann von Strab began to speak of Yarrick's missteps, of his return from purging the orcs at the head of the 252nd expedition. It was clear this whole display was a farce, as Yarrick's concerns of some greater danger at play was instantly ignored. A name, Ghazgull, those orcs had chanted, with a fervour that had unnerved him. But no, this was no briefing. It was meant to be a humiliation, as von Strab, with a sickly smile, announced Yarrick's retirement, at the behest of the good Lord Commissar Seraph.
Oh my gosh. Really, this family, the grandfather, the parents, and now the grandson, Sebastian Yarrick, they are accomplished people. You know, the parents were businessmen and women, very rich. The grandfather was a war hero, but they were taken down by political meanderings and court intrigue. Just like with the grandson here, Sebastian Yarrick, he's been taken out by political factions, by his former friend who's backstabbed him right now. Because he has the political power, he has the political influence, he has the governor on his side. And I'm talking about Dominic Seraph. He has the governor on his side. And with that political power, he's now making sure that his former friend is being demoted, stripped of his position as a commissar, and is going to be thrown out into the wilderness, just like his grandfather, where he'll also be staying in a hive city, under hive city, on Armageddon. Really, this family They are good. They're amazing. They are capable people, but they just don't have that political, luck on their side. Yeah, this family is cursed in that respect, that they don't have any political protection.
Yarrick was furious. His fingers twitched as he considered for a moment killing the vile scum. It took every ounce of his will to hold himself back. A life of overseeing the recruitment in Hades' Hive was nothing short of exile. Yarrick knew it. He left, seething, but his humiliation was not what weighed upon his mind. It was the unnerving sense that some greater danger was coming to Armageddon, and now he felt powerless to prepare for it. At the sides of a colossal parade, a figure approached Yarrick, a face he had not seen for a long time. Sister Setheno. Gone was the colour of the now destroyed order, replaced by the grey of mourning and a duty unfulfilled. Those same cold dead eyes, matching his virulent zealous ones, the scars of those who had gazed into the immaterium. Her presence only meant one thing: danger. To the skies they all saw it. Yarrick, Setheno, and the billions that lived upon Armageddon. An enormous space hulk tore its way from the immaterium in a shriek. It was the size of a moon, a world of twisted metal that roared towards them. Orcs. The claw of desolation they called it, as its shadow loomed overhead. A swath of the sky itself burned as the space hulk began to fall towards the surface. It was like hell itself was descending as the blaze reflected in those old eyes. The ones that had seen the devastation of orcs as a boy. He glared at it. He let those around him see it. He knew his role and the example he had to set for the apocalypse to come. The planet rumbled as the Xenos moon made planetfall. But what shocked Yarrick more was the absence of mobilization. Why? Did Von Straub think the Greenskins were dead upon impact? Was he mad? The Overlord was seemingly delusional.
The man is incompetent. He is incompetent. The entire leadership apparatus of this planet is incompetent. They were more focused on demoting you as a commissar than focusing on the protection and the defense of Armageddon. When you had vital information about Ghazgull Thraka, they sidestepped that. They were far more interested in firing you from your position. That's the type of situation we're dealing with here. The incompetence. They are still thinking with their small minds on little political battles, trying to get a one-up on someone, and busy backstabbing each other here, instead of focusing on the defense of the planet. And that's why Armageddon is in the situation that it is in right now, where people are shocked. People are the leadership structure are probably telling themselves that, we did not know that this was coming. How could we have not known that the orcs were coming to the planet? When someone who had this information, Sebastian Yarrick, was there. He wanted to tell you guys what was going on, but you guys were focused on your own political battles. That's why I'm asking myself, how is it possible that Dominic Saroff, that failure of a commissar, became Lord Commissar? How? Hey, incompetence.
And surrounded by none brave enough to stand up to him, the various Hive cities were on their own. Yarrick, Setheno, and half a regiment began to roll across the northern wastes in the eerie dead of night. This response was not enough, and clearly someone wanted him dead. Once again he clenched his jaw at the political machinations von Straub seemed to be playing. Again he thought of that moment when he could have killed him, but the task before him was the priority. The tanks and transports rolled out as the might of the Imperium's nearly endless resource, humanity, rode out to war. After hours upon the approach to Hive Tempestora, the battle began. As Yarrick and Sethano felt their transport rock, he was weightless for several seconds in the air, and then the sickening crunch as he fell to the steel floor. They had been hit. Stepping over the dead of his transport, Yarrick and Sethano emerged into the night. The orcs had come, and worst of all, they had caught them by surprise. Covered in minor wounds, Yarrick couldn't help but think this was beyond the normal tactical acumen of the orcs he knew so well.
Ghazgull Thraka is here.
His men began to falter, but the symbol of equal hope and fear was amongst them, a commissar, and only in death does duty end. To their east, they saw it, the shambling monstrosity that was the orc horde, marching, a green tide of Xenos and scrap steel. For miles it stretched. The laughing monsters of Yarrick's childhood were here in numbers he had never seen. "We cannot save Tempestora," Sethano said, words he would have killed any soldier for saying. But she was right. But there, they could buy time for the other hives. Yarrick and the other survivors began to run as they heard with dread the rising sounds of rumbling behind them. Bikers. There was no defense in the open, so they ran even harder, Yarrick's lungs roaring with hot air and exhaustion. The orc bikes finally raced into view as rounds the size of fists whizzed past Yarrick's head. Circling around, the orcs were now ahead of them as a wave of metal met one of meat and bone. Bolter and Laz barked as the bike slammed into the ranks of the Steel Legion. Men and women were ripped apart and tossed into the air like ragdolls. The sight was horrific. Yarrick felt the wet crunch of dying comrades at his feet, as still the column had to push on. Coming head on, Yarrick plunged his blade into an orc's neck, tumbling the rider and bike. Promethium and rockets were unleashed from the Imperial's line, breaking apart the bloodthirsty Xenos. The overwhelming firepower stalled the orcs, long enough for Yarrick to burst forth with a countercharge. For Tempestora, for Armageddon, our path is over the bones of the greenskins. Yarrick, Sethano, and the guard killed with hate, only to be met with sadistic laughs and rallies for their profit. Ghazgull, Ghazgull, they cried. An ensuing melee began, a mosh pit of bone, blood and corpses. Thousands were dead, and many had been left behind, but finally the column made it to the walls of Hive Tempestora. The news that the city, home to billions of ordinary, innocent people, was walking dead was a pill none could swallow. He hated it. To admit the failure even before it would happen. He had seen many failures over the multiple lifetimes he had lived, each a stain he would answer at the Emperor's side. But realism was needed now, not the infectious delusion of Von Strab. They had but hours until the main orc menace arrived, and so the building of defences began. Turrets, barricades, and the Promethium deposits that had put the Hive on the map was flooded throughout the city's water system. The millions of those who couldn't fight were granted leave.
So they're going to burn Tempestorum through the sewage pipes and through other forms of, water system, infrastructure. Okay.
Much to the disgust of Sethano, their lack of zealotry, weakness in her cold eyes.
Stefano, they are civilians. I don't expect them to become sisters of battle or Imperial Guard soldiers or any type of warrior. I don't expect them to be that way, and you should not expect them to be soldiers as well, or warriors of the faith. No, They are civilians.
The people ran, though Yarrick knew they wouldn't get far in the ash wastes. The desperate civilians fled in panic, even trampling their own as they burst through the rear gates. From the mile-high spires to the sunless underhives, many would never make it out, and Yarrick knew they'd be nothing more than a distraction for the orcs. Time had run out, nightfall had come, and the enemy were at the gates. The orc menace would break in. It wouldn't be long, but Yarrick had hate, faith in the Emperor, and a Promethean death waiting for them. Hive Tempestora, home to billions, men and women who had laughed, cried, and simply lived, until it was utterly annihilated. He heard the sound first as they ran, then came the heat and the light, and a roar of flame washed over the entire city. The howl of the orcs was as loud as the screams of those still trapped within. The blast knocked Yarrick off balance, and as he rose, the running continued. The heat in his lungs, from the flame and exhaustion almost too much. It was moments like these where he truly felt his age. From beyond the walls, Yarrick, Sethano, and their men retreated, the inferno of a dead city reflecting in their eyes. The smoke was almost atmospheric clogging, but the smell was something that would never leave him. He stood by his decision, bearing the terrible weight in the name of victory and the greater survival of Armageddon. Assembling their men to move on to High Volcanus, Yarrick was met with something worse than enemy fire. A handful of orcs, laughing. They gunned down the messengers as Yarrick digested what this meant. This Ghazgull was amused. How did an orc anticipate this move? The flame-engulfing trap, turning an entire city into a furnace. The name Ghazgull was becoming something more in his mind, an adversary that was nothing like those he had faced before. But there would be no rest as Yarrick, Sethano, and the regiment rode to High Volcanus. Yarrick couldn't help but feel he was playing into Ghazgull's hands. Hive Tempestora had burned, but the damage done was not nearly enough, as it seems only the orc fodder had been burned in the death of the entire city. Approaching the fortified walls of High Volcanus, Yarrick and his remnants joined the defences, but still no action had been taken by Von Strab. His actions were borderline insanity. In the rumbling tide of smoke and dragged up dirt, the orcs arrived, hours later.
We need an Inquisitor on this planet to investigate the Governor and also to investigate the Lord Commissar. We need an Inquisitor here. We need them to be stripped of their positions and it being given to someone else. Because clearly, this Governor, he doesn't care about what's happening to his planet. The only moment where he does care is when they reach his capital Hive city of Armageddon. And then he'll start panicking. And then he'll start saying, oh, let's invest more of our resources into the military. By then it will be too late. He needs to go, this guy.
As Yarrick and Sethano rallied outside the walls in a counter-charge, in two great pincers they hammered and anviled the orcs, Yarrick's bolt gun barking and his saber wet as he cut down the vile Xenos filth. They were winning, but again something seemed wrong. The numbers, they didn't add up. This orc force did not match those he had seen at Hive Tempestora. He had observed, and now he'd learnt just how again he had been outmaneuvered. A second orc force began to approach. A sea of metal and greenskins armored in bulky gear, with machines and the silhouettes of monsters in their ranks. It was the Imperials, that had been caught in a pincer. The booming laughter rang out. Chants to the prophet Ghazgull. Ghazgull, they cried. Yarrick cursed himself. He had studied orcs much in his life, their ways, and even their language. But this prophet had broken those patterns. Yarrick was learning. Every move Ghazgull made formed a picture, even as the Imperials began their desperate retreat. The orc artillery slammed next to them as thousands upon thousands of men darted back to the safety of High Vulcanus. The scale was almost mind-numbing as the hordes of humans and orcs clashed. Be the symbol, the thought rang in his mind as Yarrick bellowed those to rally to him. I am not done with the greenskins. I will fight them, and I will find the means to do so. Barely scraping through the city's gates, once again Yarrick felt the hot rage flood his veins. The orc tide coming was even greater than the one at long-dead Tempestora.
This is bad. We need to have reinforcements from the Imperium of Man for Armageddon. We need more regiments here. We need the, what do they call them again? The Adeptus Astartes chapters to come to the planet. We need other specialized forces within the Imperium of Man to also come here and assist, because Ghazgull Thraka is in full force. He's in full swing in terms of taking over this planet. So yeah, we need help.
Vulcanus would fall. He knew it. Again he had failed to stop the enemy. Again a city would fall. He vowed it. Vulcanus would fall, but this time he would make the orcs bleed, truly, for every stone they claimed. It was almost too much to bear witness to. The heat, the explosions and screams, a battle the scale of which stretched for miles across the walls of High Vulcanus. The citizens had been given arms, turning the field into an apocalyptic wall of fire and bolter rounds as 2 million-strong armies earned the namesake of the world, Armageddon. Yarrick and Sethano had turned Vulcanus into a death trap, at the cost of an ocean of human and Xenos blood. Skyscrapers and spires crashed around them, and ordnance fire beat into an unending drum of war. If only they had more troops, Yarrick thought, cursing Hermann von Strab again, as men and women fell around him. Vulcanus burned, Steel Legion, innocent civilians and orcs falling in the thousands by the minute. In brutal street to street, dark alleyway to grand spire combat. Time. They needed more time, and more men, more aid, or Armageddon would fall. One hive at a time. In secret communiques with Princeps Mannerheim, Yarrick and Sethano once again came to the conclusion to let another hive fall, as they reinforced another city. But by the God Emperor, Yarrick would save this world.
How many hive cities are on Armageddon? How many of them are there, I wonder?
Not again would he be found wanting or outmaneuvered by that accursed Ghazgull. Leaving Sethano to buy time, Yarrick left towards Hive Infernus. If the delusional von Strab and his kowtowed lackey lord Commissar Seraph wouldn't call for aid, then he would. The war had moved beyond them. They needed something greater in their arsenal. The Emperor's finest, his angels, the Adeptus Astartes. He had to move quickly. Yarrick beamed straight for the Astropath Choir. Von Strab would never agree to the interference of outside forces, even if Armageddon was decimated. Yarrick burst through the doors of the choir room, straight to Master Genest. The decrepit blind man told him that the warp storms around them made the call for aid almost impossible. if not directly against von Straub's wishes. Torn between his vow, his faith, and cold reason, Yarrick, with a deep anger in his voice, told him that Armageddon could fall, but he would not let it. We will win by doing what must be done. He had condemned 2 cities to death, and no more would fall. Not under his watch. He told Gennes that he does not ask. The God Emperor demands it, and we have always owed him everything. The call would cost a lot. Many astropaths would die, and von Straub would try to stop them. But what choice did they have when facing failure for the God Emperor? Standing at the door, with the astropath's guards on his side, Yarrick prepared for the enemy that was coming, their own. The elevator doors opened to a wall of las and bolter as von Straub's personal guard met the fury of a commissar. Men fell and splinters flied as the choir sang into the warp. Your actions betray Armageddon, and the Emperor Yarrick spat as he cut down the mob of men thrown at him. His allies fell, and his pistol clicked empty as von Straub finally emerged. As he surrendered, Yarrick enjoyed the mask slip on von Straub's face as he was too late. A scream, a single voice, and many. A mosaic of psychic pain burst out from the choir room, wrapping Yarrick's soul as he covered his ears. Blood ran from Genest's eyes as he whispered with muted strength, "It is done." Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, veteran of 100 wars, witness to the deaths of thousands, of millions, a political officer, disciple of Rasp, and guardian of the Orthodoxy, may have just saved Armageddon, and now he would suffer for it, as he was escorted in shame to Lord Commissar Seroff's quarters. The tension was palpable between them. Sebastian and Dominic, men who had been like brothers, who had been raised in the Schola Progenium together, a brotherhood broken with the death of Rasp. Yarrick had
that brotherhood. But you know what? He was your friend, and you know you loved him as your friend, probably. So yeah, I'm just saying I don't like the guy. I never liked him. I still don't like him. And now the fact that he became a Lord Commissar, please.
Observed and learnt enough about his former friend to see the unease behind his venomous words. He knew von Straub's conduct was madness, yet his blind hatred for Yarrick had clouded his judgment.
And that's why I'm saying, how is it possible that this man became a commissar? How does he allow his emotions to dictate what his duty should be as a first point of call, as a commissar? How is it that his emotions are the things that are running the show, instead of his reasoning and understanding as a commissar that the planet is under threat? We need to galvanize, we need to militarize the planet, we need to make sure that we secure the Hive cities. But instead, billions are dying now because of this man's incompetence.
Yarrick had executed men for less, but he had no power here, only the disdain for the corrupt. Again, Yarrick was banished. His destination would be a future gravesite, the next target on the path of Ghazgull's green tide, Hades' Hive. Escorted from the spires to the protest of those with sound mind, Yarrick was taken to his new posting. His right arm, that old wound from Mistral, began flaring up, as if a phantom pain was warning of what was to come.
Definitely it is.
Hades' Hive, one of the smaller backwater hives dominated by industry and smog, so potent the sky was grim and black. Great tunnels and chambers weaved beneath the hollowed mountain it rested upon. No reinforcements were coming, as the people stunk of desperation. But Yarrick could use that.
Be the symbol.
When people have been deprived of the ability to act, they will respond to leadership with gratitude and vigor. Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little you cannot accomplish. Hades would become his fortress. Here would be where he would hold to his vow to the Emperor. He would turn it into a hell for the orcs. Here Ghazgull's tide would break. A smile crept across Yarrick's old face. It was beautiful. The battlefield where he had observed and learnt what he could unleash.
Being a symbol is nothing. Being a legend. I accept the burden laid upon my shoulders by the will of the Emperor, and it is an honor that I am deemed worthy to carry it. But I will shed no tears when he declares my duty done, and calls me to the Golden Throne.
Being a symbol is nothing. Be the legend. Ah. Okay.
I stepped up to the Vox and looked out at Hades. I had spoken to all of Vulcanus. Then I had been a veteran commissar. Now I was engaging in a willful transformation. Whatever is necessary.
A victory,
I said. I sharpened my gaze. It was directed at every soul who could see me. Yes, I am looking at you. I am judging you.
You witnessed a victory today, didn't you? No. You witnessed a reprieve. Are you looking at me and at the heroes of the Steel Legion and thinking that we have the orcs well in hand? Are you? Then you are beneath contempt. You are abandoning your fellows and Hades and Armageddon. You are abandoning the Emperor.
Armageddon.
This was a reprieve and a chance. You see what can be done. Know this now. You will stand with us. You will fight. In all the days of blood ahead, you will fight. Or I will execute you myself. Do this, and victory will come. What is victory?
I paused.
What is victory?
Again, I waited.
Victory is when all the greenskins lie dead on the soil they profaned.
The cheers came.
I'm telling you, Rasp, wherever he is in the afterlife beside the Emperor, he is happy. He is ecstatic. This is the commissar he wanted from Sebastian Yarrick. He even said it himself, that I've heard you speak at the Scholar Progenium. I know what you're capable of. And now he's showing it in full effect. Yes.
Began with the troopers, who understood the battles, but it spread to the civilians, to the streets, to the interior of the arcologies, to the manufactura, to the chapels and cathedrals. The Hive city called for blood. In Vulcanus, the people had been ready to fight. That was not enough. The orcs had become an extension of their prophet's will. I made no heretical claims for myself. We were all bound to be extensions of the Emperor's will.
Good.
But I would see his will enforced by any means necessary.
Hades shall not fall!
I shouted, and the cheer became a roar. The chanting grew louder as I neared the wall. I ran through a battle of fanaticism. On the side of the wall, our forces were calling my name. As I climbed the steps to the battlements, I heard the countering cries of Ulguhard from the orcs beyond. And at the top, just to the south of the gate, I heard a guttural, booming, inhuman voice snarl.
Yarrick!
I stepped into a tableau of suspended war. The ramparts had been battered. Smoke rolled over the wall.
Okay, so you're not Ghazgull Thraka. You're not the one. Oh yeah, because you're not the one who ripped off Sebastian Yarrick's arm. Ugelhard. Okay, Ugelhard.
Several cannon turrets had been demolished. On the far side, the ground was a patchwork of overlapping craters filled with the wreckage of orc guns. Thousands of orc foot soldiers crowded forward to climb the siege ladders. The defenders had destroyed the ladders as they appeared, and the orcs fired upwards, clearing the way for more ladders to rise. A stalemate. A few orcs had reached the top of the wall. I found myself in their midst. Before me, barely more than 5 meters away, and striding back and forth on the section of the battlements he had claimed for himself, was the giant who roared my name. He was summoning his rival to combat, and he had already dismissed Helm as being unworthy of that claim. The colonel was slumped against the wreckage of a cannon, just on the other side of the war boss. He was moving, but weakly. His right arm was hanging at a strange angle. Blood soaked his face. Orcs lined both ends of the war boss's territory, echoing each of his shouts. I knew what this beast was, and I spat back his name at him.
Ugelhard!
The war boss turned. His pistol was larger than a heavy bolter. His right arm was encased in a power claw. I recalled seeing this orc leading the first charge on Tempestora. Did silence fall over the battlefield at that moment? I don't trust my memory on this point. All of my focus was on this foe.
I mean, Ugelhard must be one of the closest lieutenants of Ghazgull Thraka. Wow.
But I have a sense of orcs and humans pausing as two symbols clashed. I knew what was at stake. I'm sure Ugelhard did too. He looked down at me, and I saw disappointment glittering in those red eyes, ridiculously small in that giant skull.
Your arrogance blinds you, Ugelhard, and you will die for it.
Ugelhard had come to fight the leader who had destroyed his gargants, and found a human no larger than any of the others, and much older.
Watch yourself.
I drew bolt pistol and sword. Ugelhard grinned. He raised his claw and stepped forward to crush me with a single blow. I charged him, coming in under the blow. The claw punched and missed. I fired bolt shells into his chest plate and stabbed to the right, jabbing my blade into the meat of his gun arm. Ugelhard snarled and staggered back a step. He turned the gun on me. I fired straight into its barrel. The massive pistol blew up. Ugelhard hurled the twisted mass at me, and it smashed my shoulder hard enough to spin me around. I moved back, putting some distance between us. He watched me, and his grin was pleased. I was giving him a fight. The orc's ruined pistol had struck my left shoulder, but it was my right that ached. The throbbing was back, worse than ever. It threatened to dull my reactions, and when Ugelhard advanced again, each step was a dark familiarity, as if our every move had been choreographed, and I had seen it all before. Reaching out from a century and a half, the winds of Mistral blew against my neck. I felt the grip of the demon, Gal Shahana, tighten around my soul. I had lived these moments before, in fragments and premonitions. They had stabbed into my dreams. Now the mosaic was coming together. Ugelhard swung his claw again. He was slow. I jumped back and stepped into his left. His swing pulverized a cremunation. His momentum kept him turning, and now his back was towards me. It was too heavily armored. I raised my blade to cut through his left arm again. There was a blur, and Ugelhard whirled around, laughing. His sluggishness had been a ruse. He seized my sword arm with the power claw. Dream and physical agony merged. I convulsed and dropped my sword. Ugelhard straightened to his full height.
Yes, you are experiencing that future vision you saw. However, it did not show you the complete future. It showed you a snippet of what's going to happen. So now, once you've completed, experiencing that future, the rest is up to you, how you decide how you're going to proceed forward. Yeah. It's not over, Sebastian Yarrick. Hold on. Hold on.
He stretched out his arm to show my dangling body first to one army and then the other. He roared his triumph. Then he clamped down. My bones cracked. Blood burst from between the halves of the claw. My lips drew back in pain and hatred. My teeth ground together. I hissed in rage and did not cry out. Laughing, Ulguhard held my left shoulder with his other hand. He cocked his head, waiting to see that I understood what he was about to do. He pulled, he crushed, and I came apart. The pain flared white and ultraviolet at its center as muscle shredded and bone splintered. There was an uncanny liberation, the moment in whose shadow I had lived since Mistral had come, and it could wear me at no longer. The light of the pain turned to darkness. Unconsciousness came for me.
Not yet.
But I rejected it. I had nothing now but my will, and with it, I would kill this monster. Ulguhard dropped me and I fell into a crouch. Blood jetted from my right shoulder.
Stand up!
Soaking my flank. The warboss examined my mutilated limb in his claw. I was beneath his notice. My sword was within reach. I seized it with my left hand. I grasped the steel. I took my pain and all of the agony of burning Armageddon, and I forged them into a single action. I rose.
Ulguhard!
I shouted. He looked down, surprised. I thrust the blade through the seam of his armor and all the way through his throat. His eyes glazed with shock. His knees buckled. I sawed the blade back and forth.
Die.
His wet, choking gave way to the powerful spray of vitae. It fountained over me. Still I sawed, cutting through gristle and bone, and my pain and weakness. I cut all the way through. I could no longer feel my body. My fingers were growing clumsy, but I held off the black. I dropped the sword and seized the huge skull. I carried it to the edge of the parapet. Now I held my trophy high, brandishing it before the orcs.
I am Yarrick. I look upon you and you die. Do you see, Ghazgull Thraka? Hades will never be yours. Armageddon will never be yours. This is where we stop you. Here is where you fail.
I hurled Ulguhard's head from the wall. The orcs cried out, and they fled. And then, at last, I let the dark come.
That was good. That was beautiful. Hades will never be yours. Armageddon will never be yours.
He was surrounded by weapons fire, flame, and heat brushing his face as he stood on top of a boulder before him. The enemy retreats. Behold the work of faith and steel. Comrades, we have humbled mountains, roared Yarrick with his saber held high. The orcs cowered before him and ran as a rhythm was screamed from the throats of thousands behind him. Yarrick, 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 they screamed as they looked towards a symbol. No, a legend. The defense of Hades' Hive had begun. No more would Yarrick surrender ground to the prophet Ghazgull. He had observed and learnt. He now knew to never underestimate the cunning of this enemy. They were battling an equal, something as intelligent as any human Yarrick had faced before. On the hollowed mountainside city, Yarrick left the light as he descended into the dark Underhive. Almost like he was a boy again, following his grandfather into New Cadian decades ago. Yarrick, without any guard or viable defense, strode proudly, defiantly into the filthy, stench-ridden backwater streets, letting his black sleek uniform bring to him those he was seeking. In the gloomy glow-stripped depths, finally they emerged, the Underhive gangs, draped in crude fashion, and armed with cleavers and axes as broken and rusty as the Underhive itself. He wasn't intimidated. His eyes had seen decades of brutal war, and it would take more than a mere human to move him. Gathering the gangs together, the bloody, teeth-filed, modified filthy beings that pass for human, the Commissar asked them if they can fight. Because it was time to shed blood, the Emperor commands it. In truth, the Emperor's authority barely reached here, but death was coming to them all, so what choice did they have? It was the role of the political officer to read people, just as Rasp had taught him. The gangs knew Hades better than anyone, and with a civilian force that matched his Steel Legion regiments, his numbers had multiplied. With the gangs came knowledge that would turn Hades from a siege into an ambush. Descending down abandoned mine shafts that stretched like veins under the land before the city, Yarrick, the Steel Legion and the gangs descended into the tunnels as the Orc forces above marched.
You know, when humanity is united, fight us at your own peril. Fight us at your own peril. When we are united against a common enemy, you will wish you never tangled with us. Seriously, you will wish you never tangled with us. Especially when we have someone who is a leader, someone who sees the strength in unity, unity in diversity. It's not going to take the Steel Legion alone. It's not going to take the Hive gangers alone. It's going to take all of us combined into one weapon that will cut through any type of enemy. Yeah.
The chants of a new name echoing in the tunnel's halls. Orgelhard, Orgelhard, Orgelhard. They chanted in their foul Xenos tongue. A warlord of Ghazgull, clearly strong enough to lead his own contingent. Yarrick wanted Ghazgull. He craved his death, but this Orgelhard would do. Laying charges and standing ready at trap latches, the Imperials were ready to strike until Yarrick heard it. Missiles. Human missiles. Hermann von Strab. It all made sense now. His apathy and madness. His plan had been to emulate the Orcs in one move. Virus bombs. Yarrick slammed the hatch shut and bellowed to his men to run.
Is this guy mad? He is truly mad. What makes him think that firing virus bombs on this Hive city is going to answer the question of the Orc problem? Ghazgull Thraka is not there. Ghazgull Thraka and his main forces are not there. You'll be killing billions just to kill a few Orcs. Hey.
Back down the tunnels they darted, as he ordered those in the city to find shelter immediately. They had but minutes, and then the fire came. A wash of heat and flame carpeted over the Orc horde and Hades' Hive. By the Emperor's luck, many of the ancient bombs had failed to detonate, but the devastation was brutal. A thrum sounded through the tunnels as the planet-killing fire above raged, then faded into an eerie silence. The orcs had been decimated, but many of the defenders of Hades' Hive had been caught up in the radius. The sight and smell of those eaten alive on the molecular level would haunt the living. Von Strapp had clearly planned to mop up all of his inconveniences in one fell swoop.
While it failed, spectacularly it failed.
His arrogance, his madness had crossed the line. He was a traitor, but the enemy above would have to die first. The orcs' ranks had been thinned, but not destroyed, so once again Yarrick and the surviving regiments and gangs took up their positions. A grin crept across Yarrick and his men's faces. He was not above a bloodthirsty anticipation, and he felt no shame for it, for revenge was coming. Now, Yarrick roared, as melter charges set off in distant tunnels. The Gargant stompers and hordes of greenskins fell into a pit of rubble and death, as Yarrick and the Imperials leapt from their hatches. Bolter and Laz flew, as their feet trudged along the green sludge and blood left from the previous virus bombs. It was a slaughter, a turning of the tide as the orcs now became the victims of the Emperor's wrath. Fire, death, and hate poured from Yarrick and the forces of Hades. Each greenskin that fell felt like justice for the dead of Armageddon. Thousands upon thousands of orcs died in the cacophony of violence until they began to retreat. They all saw it, from the Xenos to the humans, the Commissar upon the boulder. Like a living myth, a man of piety and hate became a legend, a silhouette, a beacon for humanity as the Imperials screamed his name. Yarrick, Yarrick, they cried as the orcs looked on in fear at the creature that had brought their downfall. Being a symbol is nothing. Being a legend, I accept the burden laid upon my shoulders by the will of the Emperor, and it is an honor that I am deemed worthy to carry it. Humanity lives for the lies, justice, mercy, honor, and most importantly, hope. Hope is the ember that never dies, only waiting for someone to give it oxygen. The first push back had been victorious, but to the Xenos that loved war, the challenge and possibility of a good fight had lit something beneath them. Yarrick and his men returned to the city, to the cries of celebration. The look in the people's eyes was one of hope as they saw the Commissar before them. A new vigor had been restored to the people of Hades as they prepared for the next assault. The reprieve was short as the orcs of Ulgulhard once again attacked. In the underground mines and sewers, men and women fought the orcs in the cramped and dark underways, a place where the Hive gangs and men and women of Armageddon thrived. Blood and bodies clogged the narrow paths as Yarrick set off ambush after ambush. They led the orcs in far enough until they unleashed a reservoir of water, drowning some of his own men, but thousands of orcs. Again the people looked to the Commissar, Yarrick the symbol. They cheered in chorus with the drowning orcs until word came from the surface. Yarrick rallied, and in breaking towards the surface, to the clog-filled atmosphere of Armageddon, he began to hear the orcs chant, Ulgulhard, Ulgulhard, echoed from the ramparts as he approached. And then he truly heard it, a guttural, booming, inhuman voice snarl, Yarrick. The warboss turned to see the small, old human approach. His pistol was larger than a heavy bolter. His right arm was encased in a power claw. The boy from Taos 3 drew his saber as he prepared to face the nightmare his grandfather had warned about. Ulgulhard was enormous, towering over him, with knotted green muscle and a bestial grin. contorted with disappointment and yet also excitement. The duel began, man versus beast, as Yarrick lashed out with saber and bolter. The impact made his bones vibrate as his body screamed for being pushed so far. His right arm began to ache. The prescient visions from Mistral, the ones he had tried to ignore, began to play out as Ulguhard feigned sluggishness and then clamped his power claw onto Yarrick's right arm. The pain flared white and ultraviolet as muscle shredded and bone splintered, and with a wet crunch, Yarrick felt his arm sever as Ulguhard roared in pantomime's triumph. Unconsciousness came for him as Yarrick sank to his knees, but he rejected it. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Yarrick rose from his knees. Grasping the fallen saber with his left hand, he thrust it into the surprised face of Ulguhard. He sawed the blade back and forth until his prize came clean off. His body was numb, shutting down, but still the word rang in his mind. Be the symbol. Sebastian Yarrick rose and screamed, I am Yarrick. I look upon you and you die. Do you see, Ghazgull Thraka? Hades will never be yours. Armageddon will never be yours. Here is where we stop you. Here is where you fail. The orcs cowered and ran as they stared at death itself. Holding to the last of his strength, the hero of Armageddon finally let the dark come.
Chilling.
Now, months of fighting above ground and below. Hades burned. It bled. It screamed, but it stood. It would continue to stand. I had vowed it would, and my vow is iron. I moved through the disused ventilation shaft with Lana's squad and the Rachen. There was a nest of orcs close by. Their snarls reached us through the walls of the shaft. The maze of the mines and the underhive was a weapon for both sides of the conflict. We moved beneath their camps. They infiltrated the hive. We had come to punish their temerity once more. I stopped walking and listened. The orcs were just on the other side of the curved wall of the shaft. Remember, I whispered, leave one alive. Why? Atroxa grumbled.
To spread the news, to spread the legend that is Commissar Sebastian Yarrick.
So it can spread the tale. I spread my right arm, my powerful arm, Ulguhard's claw. With a single blow, I punched through the metal and burst through the pipe. The orcs reared back in alarm. The monster had come upon them. Be the symbol, the needful role of the Commissar. I had learned that lesson early. But in Hades, I had to be more. Be a legend. And now I knew that my name must have meaning for the enemy as well. The orcs had their prophet. I would be something else. I crushed a green-skinned skull with my claw. I glared at the stunned brutes, and as my eye blazed with killing ruby light, I became their nightmare.
Oh, a nightmare they will never forget. A nightmare they will be haunted by for all eternity. Even long after you have passed, if there's still orcs that survive through these wars, they'll remember you. Yarrick. Yarrick.
Thraka strode into the chamber. He stopped at the edge of the pit. Our heads were almost level, and we exchanged a long stare. Thraka's face was the purest essence of his benighted race. It was the monstrousness of war.
Wait a minute. Are they meeting each other right now in this extract? Well, okay. Chains of Goalgotha, alright.
Its most savage, pure beast, made more hideous by a cross-hatching of scars. It was a leathered pamliplest of wounds. Some I had given him, and they were insignificant. The only wound that mattered was the one that almost stopped him, but instead, following the dictates of perverse destiny, had been his making. The top of his skull was adamantium. I couldn't imagine what had happened to the brain beneath to transform him into a prophet of orcish victory. But the claw that had operated on this orc's mind was stained with the blood of billions. Thraka watched me closely. He watched me quietly. He was studying me. I was suddenly drenched in a sweat that had nothing to do with physical discomfort. The only thing worse than being face to face with a raging, howling orc is being face to face with a quiet one. So many human victories have depended on the orc's tactical simplicity. They charged until they died, and that was all. But an orc who watched and learned, planned and strategized, an orc who meditated and kept his thoughts to himself, there could be nothing more dangerous. Then the silence was broken, and to my eternal dishonor, it was I who broke it.
No. No. No, Yarrick, no. You're supposed to just keep quiet and just look at him. You know, have that staring contest.
Filth! The Emperor's wrath will blast you and all your accursed kind to the warp!
My hatred burst the bonds of language, and in the next second, I was baying an inarticulate at the beast. He continued to watch quietly. The irony of that moment did not escape me. After a few more shouts of incoherent, impotent rage, I calmed enough to speak again.
I will kill you. I make you that promise.
No reaction. Still that unnerving studying. I didn't know what he was looking for, or whether he saw what he wanted in my face, but he stepped back after an eternal moment. The guard who had fetched him took the gesture as permission to have me. It laughed and gave my left arm a hard yank, almost pulling it from my shoulder. There was a blur of movement from Thraka as he stood with the guard struggling in the grip of his claw. The orc whimpered. Its feet pedaled air. Thraka held the other orc over the pit. His eyes, one real, one the targeting bionic, never left my face. His mouth spread in a grin of predatory challenge. Then he dropped the guard. The orc howled as it fell. The acoustics of the shaft turned his cry into a choir of hurt. The sound of impact was wet, and a long time coming. The howl stopped. Thraka reached above me and took the chains in his claw. He was no longer smiling. The gaze of that eye was penetrating, evaluating. There was also a complicity, which I rejected with all the hatred of my own look. He gave a slight nod. To me. I was imagining that, surely. I prayed to the God Emperor that I was mistaken. Then I heard the deep, final chunk of the claw slamming shut, and the chains parting. The terrible pull on my upper arms ended, and with freedom came vertigo.
I'm still trying to understand how he got captured. You know, how did he get captured by Ghazgull Thraka? What happened? Oh, but luckily, well, he's alive. He's alive. What Ghazgull Thraka wants from him, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's, you know, just analyzing him. He's observing him and learning from his opponent. And that's Commissar Yarrick here. He's observing him and he's learning from him. And he's probably going to try and use that against him later on or something.
I fell into darkness, into my final seconds, and into a strange peace. There was nothing I could do, nothing to struggle against. For the first time in living memory, I was absolved of all responsibility. Duty ends only in death, and I had been vouchsafed a few moments to experience the release from duty. I commended my soul to the care of the Emperor, and I went limp. I plunged into terrible sounds. A thick wind screamed against me. I saw nothing but the dark, and after the first second, it seemed that I was flying, not falling. I felt the pain of unfinished tasks. I hoped for forgiveness. I thought that there were worse deaths. I had the luxury of several long seconds to think of these things, and even now, there are moments of marrow-deep exhaustion when I look back on this tiny sliver of rest with something like nostalgia, before shame corrects my thinking. I woke, and I was complete. I knew, before I opened my eye, that what had been taken from me was mine again. My right arm felt heavy, lethal. I looked. My claw was there, as it should be. There was no power flowing to it, nor was there to my bale eye. Still, their presence was reassurance enough. But how had I been rescued? I sat up, taking in my surroundings. I was lying on an operating table, filthy with blood, and reeking with the stench of 1,000 atrocities.
But seriously though, what is going on here? What does Ghazgull Thraka want? He has his greatest enemy in his possession. He could kill him if he wanted to, but he does not.
I was in the Medicae Bay, but the tools that I saw would have horrified the most fanatical Chirurgeon. I had not been rescued. I was still on the Space Hulk. My claw and eye had been reattached. Correctly. The two realities were incompatible, at so fundamental level that their coexistence made my skin crawl. I swung my legs over the edge of the table and stood. My injuries had blended into a general wash of pain. Nothing was broken though. I was intact. I could walk. I approached the door. It opened. I stopped. Beyond it, orcs lined both sides of the corridor. They had been watching for me. The moment I appeared, they roared their approval. They did not attack. They simply stood, clashed guns against blades, and hooted brute enthusiasm. I had been subjected to too many celebratory parades on Armageddon not to recognize one when it confronted me.
Seriously, what is going on here?
I went numb from the unreality before me. I stepped forward, though I had no choice. I walked. It was the most obscene victory march of my life. I moved through the corridor, Holden Bay, and the massed ranks of the greenskins hailed my passage. I saw the evidence of the destruction I had caused around every bend. Scorch marks, patched ruptures, buckled flooring, collapsed ceilings, but it hadn't been enough. Not nearly enough. Only enough for this. I was living in an event that had no name. At length, I arrived at the launch bay. There was a ship on the pad before the door. It was human, a small in-system shuttle, but not built for long voyages. No matter, as long as its Vox system was still operative. I knew that it would be. Ghazgull Mag Uruk Thraka awaited me beside the ship's access ramp. I did not let my confusion, or the sense that I had slipped into an endless waking nightmare slow my stride. I did not hesitate as I strode towards the monster. I stopped before him. I met his gaze with all the cold hatred of my soul. He radiated delight. Then he leaned forward, a colossus of armor and bestial strength. Our faces were mere centimeters apart. My soul bears many scars from the days and months of my defeat and captivity, but there is one memory that above all others, haunts me.
So he was captured and he's been kept in captivity for months. And it's also related to him trashing the entire place where he's at right now. Okay.
By day, it is a go to action. By night, it murders sleep. It lives with me, always. The proof that there could hardly be any more terrible threat to the Imperium than this orc. Thraka spoke to me, not in Orcish, not even in Low Gothic, in High Gothic.
A great fight,
he said. He extended a huge, clawed finger and tapped me once on the chest.
My best enemy.
He stepped aside and gestured to the ramp.
Go to Armageddon. Make ready for the greatest fight.
I entered the ship.
My best enemy. I like that. Oh gosh. Ghazgull Thraka.
My being marked my words, whose full measure of horror lay not in their content, but in the fact of their existence. I stumbled to the cockpit and discovered that I had a pilot. It was Rog. His mouth was parted in a scream, but there was no sound. He had no vocal cords any longer. There was very little of his body recognizable. He had been opened up, reorganized, fused with the ship's controls and guidance systems.
Oh, okay, so he's like a servitor. Yeah, that's nasty. That is nasty. I didn't even know the orcs could make servitors. Right? I think it's the orcs who made him into a servitor. Jeez. What's his name? Rog. Roger or just Rog? Let me just say Rog. Okay.
He had been transformed into a fully aware servitor. I promised myself he would be one forever.
Why? Hey, he must have, did something very bad for the Commissar to say that I promised myself that you would be one forever. Definitely, he must have done something bad.
Get us out of here!
I ordered. The rumble of the ship's engines powering up was drowned by the even greater roar of the orcs. I knew that roar for what it was. The promise of war beyond description. In silence, I made the orcs a promise of my own.
They were letting me go because I had lived up to my legend. I would do more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse. I would bring them extinction.
He chased him into the stars, with the ruins of Armageddon in their wake. For months, the man, the symbol, the legend, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, led the defense of Hades' Hive, now donning the power claw of the dead warboss, Urgelhard, and a bionic eye that inspired dread amongst the orcs. Old Baelai, they called him. The man who could kill with a look. The name was spoken with reverence by both humans and orcs. A name that reached the ears of Ghazgull Mag Uruk Thraka, as force after force was thrown at the kill zone that was Hades' Hive. The time Yarrick had bought was precious, as finally emerging from the stars came the Angels of Death, the Adeptus Astartes. The Blood Angels, Ultramarines, and Salamander chapters had answered the call and began the reconquest of Armageddon. The orc dead could be piled in mountains, as the full might of the Emperor's fury brought justice to the slain of Armageddon. After 2 years, since Yarrick had stared up hatefully into the sky as the Space Hulk ignited the atmosphere, Armageddon was at peace. His old body and mind had been pushed to the point of exhaustion, and then beyond it, To take on the burden of being a symbol meant he couldn't crumble. He couldn't be seen as weak or tired. Legends don't tire. Legends aren't mortal men. But with victory secure,
They are closely akin to demigods by that time. If you become a legend, you are some sort of demigod.
and the rebuilding of Armageddon underway, the old man was allowed his rest. For months Yarrick let his wounds heal, and finally he had the closest thing to peace he had ever known. The retirement thrust upon him by the now missing Hermann von Strab, and the exiled disgraced Seraph became his chosen reality.
They should have died. He should have died, not sent into exile. Dominic Seraph should have died. The governor should be found and executed.
An officer of recruitment was his, but he looked at the knife etched with the name Yarrick upon it, and thought of what his grandfather had told him the last time they had ever seen each other. The guard is never done with you, boy. Hate flared within Yarrick. He had lived a life of honourable service to the God Emperor of mankind, but still he had no peace. Ghazgull, that accursed Xenos filth. Fury burned in Yarrick as he remembered the dead of Hive, Tempestora, and Vulcanus. He remembered his vow to the Emperor to slay the threat, this enemy beyond anything he had faced before, this rival. A quiet end would not be his as long as Ghazgull lived. The old Commissar came out of retirement and set off to the stars, a crusade that became a rally cry for those seeking to purge the Xenos filth, and in turn, those hoping for some glory that followed from the legendary Commissar. The hero.
I don't want people who want glory. You know, it's just like those people who are the attention seekers. You know, the cool kids. Like, what's his name again? Masek. You know, we don't need people like that here. We need people who are prepared to die. We need people who understand that this is a war. We're chasing after one of the greatest orcs to have ever lived in our time period. We need people to understand that this is not some sort of, you know, gallivanting adventure. So, you know, people who want glory, people who want attention, and to have some sort of medal pendant to be said on it that, you know, you found Ghazgull Thraka. We don't need people like you here. We need people who are serious about this.
Hero of Armageddon. For years Yarrick hunted him. He was consumed by the need to end this orc prophet, before he rose to even bigger infamy. Finally the two forces converged on the planet of Goalgotha, after Yarrick had followed the devastation left in Thraka's wake. Great columns of imperial might, led by Yarrick in his personal Baneblade, the fortress of arrogance, rode across the sands of Goalgotha.
The Fortress of Arrogance, interesting name. And where is Sephino? Sister Sephino, is she not with you? Huh.
The horde of the Imperial war machine was on the hunt, ready for the final confrontation. Under the cold light of the stars, Yarrick and his men found their paranoia rewarded, as finally the orcs attacked. Yarrick was ready, but much like the events on Mistral and Armageddon, the failure of others was his crutch. The rear column, led by Colonel Rodge, a sixth son of a noble house, whose assignment had been a compromise, had cost Yarrick, as the young colonel froze up as the orcs attacked the rear.
This sixth son of a noble house, did he go to learn how to become an imperial soldier? Or was he just drafted in here because he's the 6th son of a noble house. And probably he's the one who's looking for glory. And now when he's on the battlefield, that glory is nowhere to be found. Because in war, on a battlefield, the type of horror you see here, the blood, the screaming, the pain, the suffering, the explosions, the shouting and screaming of orcs as they charge against you. Why is it that some people just don't understand that war is not some game to be played? It's not fun. It's not exciting. It's death.
Reinforcements were not coming, as the orc hordes isolated and overwhelmed the forces Yarrick had built. Many of the veterans of Hades' Hive, men and women who had seen the rise of the legend and followed him to the stars, were slaughtered. One more tally onto the score that had to be settled. Fire and death blotted Yarrick's vision as he saw his troops go down heroically. The Imperials matched the zeal of the orcs until a silhouette emerged. It was enormous, towering and brutal. It moved with an unnatural speed and shifted the very mood in the air to one of dread. Yarrick felt sick to his soul as he roared Thraka into the fray. The battle had been lost, but Yarrick stood defiant as the two rivals finally stood face to face. But the righteous hate left Yarrick's eyes as the beast he had been chasing for years knocked him unconscious, the dark swallowing him up. He awoke in chains.
And that's how we got that extract from, what was it? The battle... Is it the battle? Oh, Chains of Goalgotha. Yeah, the extract. Okay.
The metal digging into his ankles and wrists as the old man, the hero of Armageddon, lay suspended over a great pit. His power claw, his bionic eye, and Commissar uniform was gone, leaving the disabled man, Sebastian Yarrick, bare to the world. He looked up to see the face of Ghazgull Thraka staring back, and to his shame, Yarrick broke the silence as he screamed hate and vitriol into his rival's face, but no words or sound came back. The monstrous orc was just staring at him. The thought ran cold in his blood as Yarrick thought of exactly what the orc prophet was doing. Observe and learn. The chains were loosened, and Yarrick began to tumble into the dark below. In those blissful moments, the sensation that death, a place by the Emperor's side, was finally his, felt like peace. Peace for an ancient man who had seen so much war and had earned his rest. Into icy cold water the Commissar plunged, filth and stagnant water filling his lungs, until he broke towards the surface. Phosphorescent fungi lit the damp, rotten halls of what he now understood to be the inside of an enormous space hulk. Safety is an illusion, boy. Never forget that. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival. Live to fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes. The pit, the near lightless, stagnant hellscape became Yarrick's new home. A life he had lived before as a boy when the orcs had attacked his homeworld. And once again, Yarrick wasn't alone. Bulging, chitinous creatures stalked the dark, hunting for the scraps of human and orc who fell down to their feeding ground. But Yarrick was not stuck down here with these monsters. They were trapped with him. Skulking in the shadows like a beast, the one-armed old man leapt out. Dozens of times he put his life on the edge as he murdered the creatures that walked into his territory. He feasted upon their foul meat. He drank the stagnant water, weighing everything against his survival. In the perpetual night, he lost track of how many days or weeks had passed.
Hopefully he cooked the meat before eating it, you know. Find a place where you can cook the meat thoroughly. Like, it has to be almost, I don't know, like charcoal burnt, and then you can eat. Oh, nasty.
As if the concept was foreign, deep sleep became a memory as he took short bursts of rest with a blade in his hand. He had become the deadliest creature in a mosh pit of monsters. Not the largest or strongest, but the most cunning.
And Ghazgull Thraka is just watching all of this, you know. He's analyzing his opponent. Like he's watching a pet, his favorite pet, you know, in the garden or something.
From the piles of Chitinous corpses, Yarrick took their stingers, nailing them to the hole's walls, and began climbing. His body was pushed to its limits, and then beyond them, as hate and faith pushed the rising lactic acid down. After what felt like a lifetime, the old Commissar peeked the surface lip, cutting down the orc guards and breaking his way into the next chamber, only to find more orcs who were seemingly expecting him. Yarrick raged as he was shoved down, beaten, and dragged into another cage. Again he played out the part Ghazgull had expected of him. Through the long, rusted corridors of the Hulk, the old man was dragged, thrust into a cage with other humans, slaves, and the prisoners of the defeat of Goalgotha. To have spent so long in the dark, to have reverted to an animal-like state, only to be thrust into human interaction, jarred Yarrick.
Yeah, it's like an experiment. Ghazgull Thraka is just doing an experiment on his... What did you call him again? His best enemy. This guy.
The survivors looked to see an old, one-armed man, disheveled and dotted with overgrown white hair, a juxtaposing view of the hero of Armageddon. But that cold fire was still in his eye. Yarrick had an oath to the Emperor to fulfill, and the role of political officer, to read people, told him that there were others who also desired vengeance and death. These chains wouldn't hold him forever, but if freedom was next to impossible, an escape, a dream, then Ghazgull's death would do.
They were letting me go because I had lived up to my legend. I would do more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse. I would bring them extinction.
Yarrick rose up in the filthy, blood-stained cage and turned to the man he saw stare back at him in disbelief. Colonel Rog, the sixth son, the man whose failure had led to the destruction of the rear column on Goalgotha. Though Yarrick had suspected the shame the younger man carried, it didn't matter now. Immediately, Yarrick demanded the information he needed to know. There was no pattern to the guard shifts, and when the prisoners were taken out, they were worked until they dropped. Grueling manual labor in the scrap heaps that flooded this monstrosity of a space hulk. The thousands of slaves were worked until the numbers thinned down, most from exhaustion. Each shift dozens would never return, the piled up corpses in a disgraced corner, or weeding out of the weak. As if Yarrick needed any more reminders of why he despised the orcs. Worst of all were the overseers, other humans, traitors, offered more food scraps for turning upon their own. Yarrick began to speak, to roar out his defiance, but the orcs came running. The beating was brutal, but being the symbol meant more. Commissar Yarrick was alive, and he wanted that news to spread. He knew how the people saw him, the hope and fear. When people have been deprived of the ability to act, they will respond to leadership with gratitude and vigor. Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little you cannot accomplish.
And all of this, as it's being played out on, I think they're on a ship or something. As everything here is being played out, Ghazgull Thraka is watching it, bit by bit, analyzing each and every single piece of information. You know what Commissar Yarrick is doing, how he's trying to spread the word that he is alive and he's aboard this vessel, and that since he's here, he's gonna find a way for all of us to escape. And Ghazgull Thraka is watching all of this carefully, dissecting his enemy's movements, and what is he capable of doing, how is he doing it, understanding his enemy. Hey, he's a nightmare. Ghazgull Thraka is a nightmare. Really.
Yarrick's declaration bore fruit, and like rats in the dark, the brave scurried over to him. Rog, Benjamin Vale, Hans Beckett.
I'm sorry, Rog the Brave? Rog. Okay.
Hadrian Trower, Ariana Castell, Ernest Paulus, and to the surprise of Yarrick, Berryman, their overseer. Survivors of the Battle of Goalgotha and orc slaves. A crew of the broken and ill, many exhausted and beaten down in spirit over the endless weeks of grueling labor. Some of them were mad. Their sanity almost snapped for what they had suffered, but all were united by hate and the desire for vengeance. The plan was constructed in secret, in the grime, blood and rust-filled slave pens, out of the hearing of their laughing, brutal Xenos overlords. Days, weeks, Yarrick lost track in the sunless existence in the heart of the Space Hulk. Occasionally he caught glimpses of the beast he hated so much, Ghazgull. But often enough the Orc Prophet was silent, only seeming to stare at the Commissar with curiosity.
He's waiting for you. He's waiting for you to act. Hey, this man. Oh, this orc. Really is terrifying.
The manual labor was exhausting, especially on his old bones, but his faith in the Emperor, that endless well, kept him alive, kept him going until the day finally came. Yarrick and the other humans trudged down the Promethean leaking corridor. Berryman used his whip upon the prisoners, with such venom that it barely caught the notice of the orcs, until he lashed it around one of their necks. They sprung into action, with only the zealotry a legend could inspire. Brave men and women sacrificed themselves, igniting the Prometheum in a concussive boom of fire and smoke. Orcs and humans burned as Yarrick screamed, "With me!" Yarrick and his followers ran, darting off into the tight corridors, as the orcs and humans screamed in a mosh pit of panic. Gathering crude orc weapons, they became like rats, crawling through the greasy ancient shafts and the tunnels of this long-dead melding of ships. The chants and roars of the greenskins, a familiar sound to the survivor of Taos 3. As Yarrick and his men clung to the shadows, Ernest Paulus, a man who had clearly gone mad, utilized his eidetic memory to drive the group deeper into the Hulk, towards their target. Yet the sanity of this plan was not lost on Yarrick. They were all walking dead anyway, so why not use the remainder of their Emperor-given life to exact a toll upon the enemy? One by one, those brave and loyal followers fell, each taking the opportunity to earn the heroic death as a reward. Vale, Beckett, Castell, and Polis would be names etched into Yarrick's soul as he bore witness to the time they had brought him, and the mission. Orc blood stained the floors as they reaped a toll and vengeance for what they had suffered. But yet not all earned a glorious death in the Emperor's name. Colonel Rodge. Over the many lifetimes Yarrick had lived, he had killed men who had failed. He had killed traitors. He had even killed a good man. But the most important life a political officer could take were the ones of cowards. Just as he did upon Goalgotha, the young colonel, sixth son of a noble house, ran, a weak link in the rust of selfishness. What he would give, Yarrick thought, to hunt the colonel down, but he knew the coward would find no mercy in the arms of the greenskins. Reflecting back at each other, grins that had a hint of madness to them, the disheveled Yarrick and Berryman were the last two standing. A one-armed, one-eyed old man and a broken soldier. The situation was almost comical. Reaching further into the orc sanctuaries, the two charged. With crude orc weapons and blades they cut down the bulky beasts. Hate and piety the fuel needed to bridge the gap in strength between them. Towards an elevator shaft they pushed, but the commotion and time brought in Imperial blood had run out. The orc horde was coming. The roars and screams of the Xenos grew as Yarrick and Berryman launched themselves up the spiral staircase, the elevator moving up as the echoing stomps of the orcs grew closer behind them, reaching the top. As the klaxons ringed, the orcs stepped out from the elevator as the two threw grenades at them. The desperate scrambled realization registered on the beasts' faces as the platform exploded in a blaze of fire and metal. The blast caved in the top of the platform, and Yarrick and Berryman began to fall. The one-armed man clamped desperately with his blistering fingers as Berryman lashed onto his leg. For a second time, Yarrick stared down into an abyss, believing finally death was coming. Berryman tried to move up Yarrick, only for the old man's grip to slip. It wasn't going to hold. The two survivors stared at each other as Berryman told Yarrick, "We've taught them a thing or two, eh, Commissar? Will you finish the mission?" Yarrick swore to it as the smiling, brave man let go. Spreading like angels' wings, Berryman gave his life, another name to burn into his soul, Yarrick thought, as he gave every ounce of teeth-splitting strength to pull himself up. His body cried out for sleep, for rest, but what is will but the strength of faith? What gives faith its strength, if not will? Become faith, become will, for the God Emperor of mankind. To the command room Yarrick strode, finding much to his disappointment the absence of Ghazgull. But the lives of those that had sacrificed themselves for him would be honoured, as Yarrick pressed every control, released every lever, and smashed every panel. The Space Hulk began to shake violently. The various ships in this mass graveyard all began to pull at each other. Flame and rubble began to erupt and fall over the millions of orcs and thousands of human slaves trapped within. A death toll in the thousands upon thousands, as Yarrick made the force of this war bleed. The control room broke apart. Red light and klaxons flared, as finally the orcs broke in. The ground erupted beneath Yarrick, and once again he fell into a chaos of flame and tumbling metal. Again Yarrick let the dark come. Perhaps he had finally completed his debt to the Emperor. A life of unending war, rewarded with a place at the Emperor's side. But as he fell, he saw his rival, the beast he had chased for decades, laughing. Yarrick awoke, his bale eye and power claw reattached. Impossible, he thought. Standing up, Yarrick found the parody of a parade. Orcs lined up on either side, chanting and raving. He faced it, the absurdity of this situation, and walked down the line. He would show them nothing, not an ounce of fear. Finally, he stopped before him.
You know, probably the orcs, you know, they watched how humans celebrated Sebastian Yarrick winning against, what's his name again? Ghazgull. Yes. After he won against Ghazgull, the orcs there must have seen how the humans celebrated, and they must have told Ghazgull Thraka how they do it. And now they're standing in procession, you know, just ushering him all the way to the ship and clapping their hands and going, woo, 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 woo. And then some of them must be saying, Yarrick, Yarrick, Yarrick. Oh man, it must be so funny.
Ghazgull Mag, Ghazgull Thraka, and met his gaze with all the cold hatred of his soul. The beast radiated delight. Then he leaned forward, and in high Gothic, "My best enemy, go to Armageddon, make ready for the greatest fight." Yarrick would live, because he gave them what they wanted, what Ghazgull wanted. A proper fight.
A proper scrap.
Approaching the fueled ship and his path towards escape, Yarrick made his vow. They were letting me go because I had lived up to my legend. I would do more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse.
Extinction.
I would bring them extinction.
Hades' Hive will not survive the first week.
The man speaking is ancient.
Hell's Reach, yes.
And he looks every hour of his age. What keeps him on his feet is a mixture of minimal rejuvenant, chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor founded in hatred for the enemies of man. I liked him the moment my visor-targeting reticles locked onto him. Both piety and hate echo in his every word. He should not hold rank here, not to the degree he does. He is merely a commissar in the Imperial Guard, and such a title does not tend to make generals, colonels, Astartes captains, and chapter masters remain in polite silence when it comes to tactical planning. Yet to the humans at this war council and the citizens of Armageddon, he is the old man, a beloved hero of the Second War, 57 years ago. Not just a hero, the hero. His name,
the symbol, the legend. Yeah.
Name is Sebastian Yarrick. Even we Astartes must respect that name. And when he tells us that Hades' Hive will be destroyed within a matter of days, 100 Imperial commanders, human and Astartes alike, hang on his every word. I am one of them. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick leans over the edge of a hololithic display table with his remaining hand. The other arm is nothing but a stump. He keys in the coordinates on the numeric datapad, and the hololithic projection of Hades' Hive widens, with flickering impatience to the display, both of the planet's hemispheres in insignificant detail. The old man, a gaunt and wizened human of sharp features and skeletal obvious facial bones, gestures to the blip on the map that represents Hades' Hive and its surrounding territories. Wastelands.
6 decades ago, the great enemy met his defeat at Hades. Our defense here was what won us that war.
There are general murmurs of assent. The Commissar's voice carries around the expansive chamber, through floating skull drones equipped with Vox speakers, where their jaws had once been. I am surrounded by the familiar hum of active power armor, though the scents and faces that meet my eyes are new to me. Standing to my left, at a respectful distance, is Chapter Master Seth of the Flesh Tearers, known to his men as the Guardian of the Rage. He smells of sacred weapon oils, his Primarch's potent blood running beneath his weathered skin, and the icy, unwholesome reptilian scent of the lizard predator kings that stalk the jungles of his homeworld. Seth is flanked by his own officers, all bareheaded, and with faces as pitted and cracked as their masters. Whatever wars have occupied the Flesh Tearers in recent decades, the conflicts have not been kind to them. To my left, my liege Helbrecht stands, resplendent in his battle armor of black and bronze.
Helbrecht!
The Emperor's champion is by his side. Both rest their helmets on the table's surface, the stern's helm distorting the edge of the hololithic display as they give their full attention to the ancient Commissar. I cross my arms over my chest and do the same.
Why?
Someone asks. Their voice is low, too low to be human, and carries over the chamber without the need of vox amplification. 100 heads turn to regard an Astartes in bright red-orange of a...
You don't even announce who you are. You don't even say hello. You don't say anything of a greeting manner. You just say, why? What kind of attitude is that? No, man. And you're in Astartes and you talk like that? Why? Sound like a child.
Lesser chapter, one unknown to me. He steps forward, leaning his knuckles on the table, facing Yarrick from an almost 20-meter distance.
We recognize Brother Captain Amaris.
An Imperial Herald announces from his position at Yarrick's side.
And you're a captain. A captain. And you're screaming, why? My gosh.
Soothing the formal blue robes of his office, he bangs the butt of his staff on the ground 3 times.
Commander of the Angels of Fire.
Amaris nods in thanks, and fixes Yarrick with his unblinking gaze.
Why would the green-skinned warlord simply annihilate the greatest battlefield of the last war? Surely our forces should muster at Hades and stand ready to defend against the largest assault.
Murmurs of agreement ripple throughout the gathering commanders. Emboldened, Amaris smiles at Yarrick.
We are the Emperor's chosen mortal. We are his angels of death. We have centuries of battle experience compared to these human commanders at your side.
Another voice replied.
Can this guy shut up? Can he just shut up? Go sit down. Yes.
This one is distorted into a vox-born snarl, filtered through a helm's speakers. I swallow as the herald bangs the staff another 3 times. I had not realized I had spoken out loud.
We recognize Brother Chaplain Grimaldus, Reclusiarch of the Black Templars.
Grimaldus shook his head at the gathered commanders, over 100, human and Astartes, all gathering around the table in this converted auditorium once used for whatever dreary theatre performance occurred on a manufactory world. A riot of colours, heraldry, symbols of unity, varied uniforms, regimental designations, and iconography. General Kurov stood at the Commissar's shoulder, deferring to the old man in all things.
The Xenos do not think as we do. The Greenskins do not come to Armageddon for vengeance, or to seek to bleed us for the defeats they have suffered at Imperial hands in the past. They come for the pleasure of violence.
Yarrick,
someone who understands. Someone who understands the enemy. Unlike some captain here from Angel of Fire. Nonsense name for a chapter anyways.
Skeleton wreathed in pale flesh and a dark uniform watched the night in silence. Amaris pounded his fist onto the table and pointed at the Templar. For a moment of deathly calm, Grimaldus considered drawing his pistol and slaying him where he stood.
He's not worth it. Let the orcs do it for you.
That lends credence to my belief.
Not at all. Have you inspected what remains of Hades' Hive? It is a ruin. There is nothing left to fight over, nothing to defend. The great enemy knows this. He will be aware that Imperial forces will put up no more than a token resistance here and fall back to defend hives that are still worth defending. It is likely the Warlord will obliterate Hades from orbit rather than seek to take it.
We cannot let this hive fall. It is a symbol of mankind's defiance. With respect, Chaplain. Enough.
Captain Amaris, please take a seat. Please take a seat. You're making a noise. You're embarrassing yourself. Please take a seat.
Off. Peace, brother Captain Amaris. Grimaldus speaks with wisdom.
Grimaldus inclined his head in thanks.
I will not be silenced by a mortal.
Amaris growled, but the fight was gone from him. Yarrick, the thin, ancient commissar, just stared at the Astartes captain. After several moments, Amaris looked back at the hololithic topography around the hive. Yarrick turned back to the gathered officers, his one human eye stern, his augmetic one whirring in its socket, as it refocused on the faces before him.
Hades will not survive the first week. We must abandon the hive and spread the forces here to other bastions of strength. This is not the Second War. What is coming in system now far exceeds what has laid waste to the planet before. The other hives must be reinforced 1,000 times over.
He took a moment to clear his throat. A cough stole over him, dry and hoarse. When it subsided, the old man smiled without even the ghost of humor.
Hades will burn. We must make our stand elsewhere.
At this cue, General Kuros stepped forward with a data slate.
We come to the divisions of command. The fleet that will besiege Armageddon is too vast to repel.
A chorus of jeers rose. Kurov rode them out. Grimaldus, Helbrecht, and Bayard were amongst those that remained absolutely silent.
Hear me, friends and brothers, and hear me well. Those of you who insist this war will be anything more than a conflict of bitter attrition are deceiving yourselves. At current estimates, we have over 50,000 Astartes in the Armageddon subsector, and 30 times the number of Imperial Guardsmen, and it will not be enough to secure a clean victory. At our best estimations, Battlefleet Armageddon, the orbital defenses, and the Astartes fleets remaining in the void will be able to deny the enemy landing for 9 days. These are our best estimates.
And the worst, asked an Astartes officer, bedecked in white wolf furs, wearing the grey warplate of the Space Wolves. His body language betrayed his impatience. He almost paced, like a canine in a cage.
4 days,
the old man said, through his grim smile.
Man, the Commissar is really old now, you know. You can actually hear it in his voice. The man is very, very old. I wish there was a way to make him immortal, like the Primarchs, or an immortal human being like, you know, like Malkidor. What are they called again? I forgot what they're called. The immortal humans. I forgot what they're called. Oh no, the Perpetuals. Yes, I wish he was also a Perpetual, because we need someone like this in the Imperium of Man. We need more people like him.
The anguish of the earth absolves our eyes, till beauty shines in all that we can see. War is our scourge, yet war has made us wise. And, fighting for our freedom, we are free. horror of wounds and anger at the foe, and loss of things desired. All these must pass. We are the Happy Legion, for we know time's but a golden wind that shakes the grass. There was an hour when we were loth to part from life we longed to share no less than others. Now having claimed this heritage of heart, what need we more, my comrades and my brothers?
Never before had the Orc menace been greater. Ghazgull had achieved what we thought impossible. He has united hundreds of warbands, but with a single goal: the total and utter destruction of humanity in the Armageddon sector.
He made sure, he said, prepare your soldiers, prepare them well, because we are coming. We're going to have one big party shebang on Armageddon. And he made sure that he would bring every single orc he can find and muster for this final showdown on Armageddon.
Arrayed against his barbaric horde is the greatest force of arms the Imperium has mustered since the time of Lord Solar Macarius. The fate of 100 worlds will be decided on the blood-soaked ash dunes of Armageddon, and we cannot afford to fail. It is the grim dark future. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. But to look upon the ancient figure, decorated in a sharp, black uniform, with eyes of cold hatred and zealotry, is to feel hope and fear. To Armageddon, Yarrick returned in the year 998 M41, as the Imperium prepared for the Third War of Armageddon. In the decades since the defeat and escape at Goalgotha, Yarrick hadn't ended his hunt for the Orc Prophet. He had returned in vengeance to Goalgotha at the head of a Mechanicus force, its ranks filled with Titans, Skitarii, and Ordinatus engines, to scour the world of Orcs. The dead of Goalgotha had been avenged, but still Ghazgull evaded Yarrick. The words, "My best enemy, go to Armageddon, make ready for the greatest fight," hung in his head.
The fact that the Mechanicus assisted Commissar Sebastian Yarrick on Goalgotha is quite impressive. That just shows he now has the political clout and notoriety, well, not notoriety, but he has the clout and the influence, I should say, within the political structures of the Imperium of Man, to request from the Mechanicus that, guys, I need your help. I need your Titans. Like, it's not just easy. It's not simple for someone just to request for, one of the greatest machines ever built for war, and that is the Titans. It's not easy. But he alone, his name that carries that much weight behind it, the legend, the symbol, it's amazing, really. It's amazing. He has now surpassed his parents and his grandfather in terms of protecting himself from any sort of political machinations against him, and he's now also able to use it to his advantage. That's good. Wow.
Armageddon would be where the two rivals would meet again. Yarrick knew it. So when the call for aid came, the Imperium was ready. Many times the ancient Commissar was offered a life of peaceful retirement, but Yarrick's vow to the Emperor, his hate for Ghazgull, was greater. Armageddon, that smog-filled hellscape that still bore many scars from the last time Yarrick had battled upon its surface. The decade since Yarrick's victory and the death of Ulguhard had seen the Imperium rebuild it into an even greater bastion. Generations had been born since that time of legend, but all of them knew the name of the hero of Armageddon. Yarrick sat at the head of the gathering. Chapter masters, colonels, and contingents from every force of the Imperium were present, all looking at the Commissar before them. The man speaking to them was ancient, and he looked every hour his age. What kept him on his feet is a mixture of minimal rejuvenate chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor, founded in hatred for the enemies of man. Ordinarily, a mere Commissar had no right to even speak at a gathering as momentous as this. But he is the old man. Old Bale I, a beloved hero of the Second War, 57 years ago. Not just a hero, the hero. And his name is Sebastian Yarrick. Cold fire, much like the look he had seen in his grandfather's eyes, peered over the delegation as he uttered the words, "Hades' Hive will not survive the first week." His declaration was challenged by one of the Emperor's own Angels of Death. But what validation did the Astartes' protest have, but to the man who had observed and learned for decades about the Prophet, Ghazgull Thraka? Another voice joined Yarrick, Reclusiarch Gromaldus of the Black Templars. The Greenskins do not come to Armageddon for vengeance, or to seek to bleed us for their defeat. They have suffered at Imperial hands in the past. They come for the pleasure of violence. Hades would burn because the Orcs wanted a proper fight, not a detracted siege. Again the protests rose, but Yarrick silenced them. Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank, the greater the degree. So the student of Lord Commissar Rasp played the part, putting the Astartes in his place, squashing all doubts and unifying the room. Hades will not survive the first week. We must abandon the Hive and spread the forces here to other bastions of strength. This is not the Second War, and what is coming in system now far exceeds what has laid waste to the planet before. The other hives must be reinforced 1,000 times over. With the proclamation done, the ancient being, the hero of Armageddon, took command of the Imperium's forces, waiting for Ghazgull and his war to darken the skies. It didn't take long for one of the greatest war the Imperium had ever seen to enter the Armageddon system. At the head of an Imperial contingent, so mighty its numbers hadn't been seen for millennia, stood Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. Once again the blaze reflected in those eyes, as enormous fortress asteroids rocketed down towards the surface, one completely obliterating Hades' Hive off the face of the planet. The fortress rocks of Ghazgull's war slammed into other numerous points all over the planet, ready to unleash the greenskin tide. But there he stood, old Bale I, ready for them. With over 50,000 Astartes, and millions of guard from regiments such as the Cadians and Steel Legion, Yarrick unleashed a wave of Imperial ordnance. The munitions, las, and bolter blotted out the sun as Yarrick, atop his reforged personal Baneblade, roared a challenge to the Greenskins. His eye blazing with killing ruby light as old Bale I burned fear into the Xenos scum.
Is he riding the... What did you call that Baneblade again? The Fortress of Arrogance? Is it still that same tank, I wonder? And yeah, you know, Ghazgull Thraka and Commissar Sebastian Yarrick are now playing chess. And we're gonna see who will be the victor from it.
Being a symbol was nothing. Being a legend was the part he played, a symbol for the Imperium and its enemies. The Orc hordes under Ghazgull clashed with Yarrick's troops as the battle spread out like an infection across the world to the other hives. It was beautiful. The counterattacks and defeats Yarrick thrust upon his rival. The anguish of earth absolves our eyes, till beauty shines in all we can see. And there was nothing more beautiful than the destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Many times a life of peace could have been his, but now, having claimed his heritage of heart, what need we more, my comrades and brothers? He hated Ghazgull, but yet in the core of his being, the part he knew was there and rejected was the bond he and the Prophet shared, the heritage of heart, the love of war. For months, the two rivals who had observed and learnt about each other for decades clashed, a war that piled the dead in the millions as the Orcs and Imperials fought from the jungles to the ash wastes, all the way to the intimately brutal, face-to-face conflicts in the Hive cities. A war of legend that would give rise to many heroes, until the Imperials exhausted the War of Ghazgull. Again to the stars Yarrick chased his hated foe, joining the Black Templars' crusade fleet.
Why doesn't Ghazgull just... I mean, he's always walking away. He walked away after the second War for Armageddon, and now in the third one he's also walking away from it. You know? He's not fully committing to die on the battlefield. Yeah, this orc is a nightmare.
And after months of pursuit, Yarrick and Helbrecht were finally able to catch up to Ghazgull, cornering his flagship Kill Wrecker in the ensuing Battle of Haunted Gulf. But again, the Orc Prophet escaped. Yarrick slumped to the floor. He was tired and old. He knew that his escape meant ill for the galaxy. An Orc who watched and learned, planned and strategized. An Orc who meditated and kept his thoughts to himself. There could be nothing more dangerous. From the bells of lost souls in the Imperial Palace on Terra, a ring echoes throughout the Imperium. A reported demise of an Imperial legend is sung. Rumors of the boy from Taos 3, student of Rasp, hero of Armageddon, the old man, old Baal I, the Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, has finally joined the Emperor at his side.
And you know, he died of natural causes. He passed away due to old age. You know, and I don't know, like in Warhammer 40k, that's very rare for someone to die of old age. You know, it's very rare for someone to die of old age. Everyone is dying because of reasons that are external, not internal. External, like xeno races or a tyrannical government or chaos, you know, or people. You know, just killing. But here, this man, this legend, this symbol, he died of old age. But he deserves his rest. He's been working, he's been fighting for so long. For so long. And Ghazgull Thraka just keeps on escaping and not, you know, being an orc and fighting to the bitter end. He would rather escape, run away, try again. Ghazgull. Now your best enemy is gone. Your best enemy has passed away. You didn't get the chance to say goodbye. You didn't get the chance to fight him one last time. You know, something. Yeah, well, good luck to you on the Emperor's side, Sebastian Yarrick. I'm sure the Emperor is happy to have someone like you next to him. Yeah.
The illumination of the end, a mystery, a story to be told, a glorious death where legend clashes with legend.
Well, guys, that is it. That is it with Commissar Yarrick, the greatest human in 40k, voice acted, 40k lore, entire character history, voiced by Chaotic Voices, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yeah, I think this is my longest reaction video. I mean, it's going on for 4 hours and 36 minutes now. This has got to be the longest. I think, yeah, it's this one or it's the Yellow King, Constantine Valdor. Yeah, those are the two longest reaction videos I have, made for my channel. And they're both of these videos are coming from the Amber King. So yeah, that's amazing, really. That's truly amazing. I don't think I'm going to cut this one into pieces. I'm going to just post it all as one thing. I'm not going to make that mistake that I'd made with the Constantine Valdor video. But yeah, this was really a full buffet of information and entertainment surrounding Sebastian Yarrick, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. And Sebastian lived a full life. He lived a full life. Plus, all the way from Taos 3, as a child, 7-year-old kid who's been bullied. Of course, his grandfather's the one who paid off the bullies to continue bullying him. But then from that, he got the need, the want to become stronger, to become better, to become a survivalist. And his grandfather taught him everything he knows, gave him all the knowledge that he has accumulated as an imperial soldier, and he passed it down to his grandson, making sure that his grandson would survive, that the family would survive through him, and that he would make it. No matter what would happen, he would make it. And the grandfather succeeded. He succeeded in making sure that his grandson would become someone one day, and he did become someone one day, and really, like I've said before, with the Lord Commissar Simeon Rasp, I'm sure with Sebastian's grandfather, who is also by the Emperor's side, is happy. He's ecstatic seeing how his grandson has grown up to become this commissar that would lead people into hell and back, especially with that speech he made at Hades' Hive during the second War for Armageddon. Really, that speech was impactful. It felt like I was there too. It felt like I was there too, there celebrating and saying, yes, we're going to beat these orcs. We're going to fight against these orcs and defeat them, And really, that speech, it was powerful. It had a long-lasting effect on the people there in Hades. And me, as a listener, just listening to the voice actor for Sebastian Yarrick, that was amazing. That was something that I wish we could also see on television. Whenever they make the Warhammer 40k series, we need to focus on the human beings. Less on the Astartes, more on the human beings. People like Sebastian Yarrick, we need to focus on people like this. But I'm digressing. Sorry, guys. But yeah, Sebastian Yarrick, really, he had a full life. He was a soldier who could not be compromised. He stood as, the most powerful bulwark against the terror. Whether it's chaos, whether it's the orcs, whether it's, rebellions from, human beings, he would be there as this force that cannot be overcome. It will be destroying you. That's the force of Sebastian Yarrick right there. And all the men and women who also fought beside him, like Sefino, the Inquisitor. I didn't write down his name, but the Inquisitor as well. Yes, they butted heads here and there, but they worked together. And yes, Dominic Safro, he also contributed in some parts, like in the Mistral situation. Yes, he did contribute. But really, the people who were beside him also helped him out. But also, the people beside him led to his downfall, you know. Or not downfall, but his failure to succeed in a mission. Like Raj, the sixth son of a noble house. And other people like Masek, you know, the commander of the Steel Legion of... what was it called again? Steel Legion? Armageddon? Steel Legion? Yes. The commander who wanted to sacrifice his platoons to go save a force that's trapped in the pyramid with the Necrontyr, you know, Masek. And then there was another commander during the Mistral situation that was broken at the... Yes, as he saw the tanks of the Chaos, you know, worshippers and Chaos cultists coming towards them, he wanted to sound the retreat, he wanted to run away. And really, if it weren't for Sebastian at that point in time, at that place, maybe things would have changed for Mistral. Maybe Mistral would have fallen, because this Commissar, he pushed his soldiers to the limit. He pushed them to death to find that victory. And they found it on Mistral. They found it, you know, on Hades. They found it within themselves when when Commissar Yarrick was stuck aboard that ship that belonged to what's his name again? I forgot the orc's name. Sorry, guys. Ghazgull Thraka, yes. So yeah, you know, Sebastian Yarrick was that glue that held the military together. He was that force that was required to keep discipline, to keep order, and, you know, to galvanize the troops, to make sure that they don't falter, that they face the enemy with everything they've got till the bitter end. That was Commissar Sebastian Yarrick right there. And I like how they also delved deeper into what it means to be a commissar, you know. And being a commissar is not easy. It's not just holding a pistol and pointing it at the soldiers and just telling them to keep moving. You have to have the auditory skill to convince them, to make them believe in themselves, to believe in the Imperium of Man, to believe in the God Emperor, and to push forward against the enemy. No gun can give you that. It has to come from your words. It has to come from within you as a commissar. And I like the fact that you know, that aspect of the commissar was highlighted. And also the fact that, you know, being a commissar is a lonely job. No one is gonna like you, really. And no one is going to stand up against you, really, because they fear you, you know. They respect you and they fear you at the same time. And when you kill commanding officers that are liked by the rest of the platoon or by the regiment, you know, people will be giving you hateful eyes. They will hate you because of what you did by killing their favorite commander. But as a commissar, you cannot worry about that because you know your duty. You know what this person did was wrong, and the only way to rectify the situation is to sever the finger and take its place. So it's a lonely job. It's a tough, grueling job. You have to think on your feet. You cannot, you know, read off books and then recite the same stuff that you've been reading off the books to the soldiers. It's just not going to work. With each and every single scenario, it requires a speech that will match that scenario. So yeah, being a commissar, it's not for the weak. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's not for those who are, you know, nervous, or those who are, you know, like secluded people. It needs someone who is capable of shouting out loud, someone who is capable of, you know, making political statements that support the Imperium of Man and that galvanize the people to do the impossible. Yeah. Alright guys, that is it. That is it with Sebastian Yarrick, Commissar. If you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, please give me a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos. And I will be seeing you again for another The Amber King's Warhammer 40k content. I'll be focusing on Mortarion. I've been requested to react to the Mortarion video, so that's the one that's coming next. And yeah, I'll see you then. Alright, bye bye.